And welcome to the stream. Today we're playing Elden Ring Crowd Control. Crowd Control is a mod set for a variety of different games that allows chat to perform massive chaos events in-game whilst I am playing, using coins that they get every hour for free. Chat, the Crowd Control coins, they have to redeem them in the app. You also get them for being a subscriber, a bunch of them. And there are redeems which let you use channel points for a variety of effects. I can't talk. For a variety of effects in the game. I have a few set up in right now. I can't talk. Let's take it from the top. Hello, warriors! This is the Third Fist, and I am playing Crowd Control Elden Ring. Elden Ring is an amazing game from 3 years ago I beat with voice commands, but Crowd Control is a mod set for a variety of different games that allows chat to perform various chaotic effects in-game using channel points or, for the vast majority of redeems, Crowd Control coins, which can be acquired every hour from redeeming it in the Crowd Control menu, or once a month, you can get a huge chunk of points for being a Twitch subscriber. Everybody should subscribe if they are able because it helps fund the stream. I appreciate the support. Now let's get the notifications out that I did the freaking intro correctly and didn't just add like 4 different words in every sentence. Like, now with this, in the thing with blah, Steve is great in. Great in what? Great in what? What is Steve great in? Steve's great in guys. How do you know? Oh shit, look. Look. The tree is burning. Did I actually beat Malekith? Did I? Wait a second. I don't think I beat Malekith. I think I got, like, right up to him. No, wait, I cheesed the shit out of Malekith. Okay, that's why I don't remember. How's it going, Selwyn? Third word no good? Yeah. Third can speak quite eloquently on the occasion. But sadly, Third's brain is starting to mush with his age. As you know, Third is in the later 20s. And his brain is slowly beginning to mix different synonyms together and just consider them the same word. So if I, for example, wanted to say, ah yes, I work at blah. Blah being X. I could, in my mind, could say, ah yes, I work at Tractor Supply at a Hy-Vee. Ah, at a Champs Chicken, all of my last jobs would come into effect in my brain, even though I only work at one of those currently. But my brain would just be like, ah yes, they're all a synonym. You can use them all effectively. You did work at these places before. They are your work. No, they aren't. Brain, do you have fucking Alzheimer's? Do I need to write a letter to the Mayo Clinic explaining my situation? The fuck, man? Oh, we're gonna kill Eleonora. I don't even think I need the other buff. Eleonora! Okay, I guess I did. Alright, we got the Purifying Crystal. Something we definitely wanted for the mod. Alright, we can do the mug fight now. Still butthurt that losing the Ronnie quest line from somebody spawning a silver spear on Blade made it so that I can't do 2 huge quest lines, one of which was a boss I've never actually gotten to fight in this game. Yes, I've gone insane. I've been insane for quite a while, you see. I'm playing this game. Oh shit, those guys, those Sonic the Hedgehog lookalikes are coming after me. Get away, darling! Get away! What have you been up to, by the way, Soundwave?
I have been sitting here pondering different things while playing Shanghai.exe for a while.
No, it's Mega Man Battle Network. style game, fan-made game with Tao characters for the main characters, main cast. I know nothing about Tao, but I love Mega Man Battle Network, so I beat the crap out of the game and I loved it. CT Dog? It says it's on! Let me restart it. It should be working now.
Phantom Do 5K said.
You motherfucker! That be a bullshit. Yeah, it is on now. Or at least it should be. It said someone redeemed coins. Which generally means that you guys can use it. Does anybody else use the runes in Elden Ring? You know, those things that give you almighty power. Because I don't fucking ever. I should use the Millennia Great Rune for just damage absorption. I should use that and use the multi-hit build I'm using right now. That could only end well, right?
Oh no! I'm Scrooging all over the place. I'm the Scrooge Bob.
Says the zombie blood undead. What the? That guy just ran off the cliff. 1 second, sir. I don't like pit slime, but this kind works. Why are you here? Leave me alone. No, we're leaving. Closing time. Time to get the fuck away from. How did the basilisk get over there? This game confuses me sometimes. I don't want to be near a basilisk right now. So can we not?
I'm Lord Slurkins McBobbins, the big old slime. And I'm here to get some new band-aids. Look at me, I'm bleeding everywhere.
Look, he has fucking veins. Slime has veins. I hate it. Kill the giant's hemorrhoid. That's a good name for him.
It is the giant hemorrhoids, the ultimate evil.
That drops 2 rares when you're playing Elden Ring. Night Ring. Yeah, they do have they have good drops when you kill those in Night Rain at the Blood Ruins. Not a bad place to run into them. Should be a shop if I hug the left wall. That last third is insane. Third might just be insane. Oh! Are you okay there, dude? Oh no, it's a party! The Christmas garden! Are you stuck? I can live with this. It is almost time for the DLC, and then I can use something that isn't just the Delito Blue Beam. No! Why are you here? Oh, it's a golem. I thought that was Fire Giant for a moment. Kermit telling Cell about the kind of chaos that might happen if Mew was real.
You know, Cell.
Kermit, are you going to bring up another random bullshit thing that would happen in a video game or that's about a video game?
Yeah.
Get it over with.
Yeah, so, imagine if Mew was real.
Mew. What is Mew?
The Pokemon. The Pokemon, so.
Why would that be important?
You see, Mew has the DNA of every Pokemon, which would mean that Because of its mere existence, every Pokemon could then therefore exist.
Do you mean that it was the forefather of all these Pokemon?
Yeah. Because you existing would therefore prove that all Pokemon exist. Or at the very least, be the precursor to all of them coming into existence. So we would start having a bunch of Zigzagoons and, you know, Magmortars, Heatrans, and other Pokemon coming out of the woodwork and causing hell.
Oh my. Get out of me. Never thought I'd say that outside of a whorehouse. How is the game louder than me? Oh. I will resolve this when I get to the next save point. AKA Grace.
Yeah, just think about what Rotom could do. Rotom takes control of different electronics, and then he turns those into its body and causes chaos. If a Rotom gets in a computer, a Rotom could do just about anything at once on it. Rotom could take over 4chan Cell.
Okay, Kermit. I understand. It's an important fact that Mew shouldn't exist.
I mean, if you think about it, you're kind of like Mew, except you're not a cat. You're a...
If you say bug, I will break your spine. Except for a bug. Alright, let's fix this. Even though I don't see how the game could be louder than me at its current juncture. Turn it down to... We'll turn it down about 30%. And then I will turn my headset up so I can hear the game. Rotom versus Nuclear Silo.
Rotom has the nuke Cell! What are we gonna do?
Cell's just gone. Kermit's imagined Cell being there the whole time. Bruh. Did you hear? So apparently, a disgruntled employee for Elon Musk, a Twitter employee, sold $7 million in stock. And I think it was X stock or Tesla stock. Pretty sure it's X stock. And then sold the entire code base for Grok. Oh shit, I need to put the mixed physique on. Sold the entire code base for Grok to OpenAI. That is some hardcore corporate sabotage. For all we know, that employee could have been against Musk from the get-go and just trying to get information on his next project. Dude, this is why you really gotta be one, good to your employees, as long as they're not trying to destroy the company or being a lazy sack of shit, because I know those types. And two, you gotta vet your important people appropriately. Yeah, there are some people, so, what was it? I think it was, the saying goes, and this is an accurate saying from what I've seen, that 90% of people do 10% of the work, and that 10% of the people do 90% of the work. So we got who's like,
Doesn't that mean everybody's lazy? You're an asshole.
it's true though. It's true. That's the sad part.
Oh, it's a Michaela arm.
Wait, maybe I forgot something about this cutscene. Is he just gonna step out of the blood? It's been a while since I've watched this cutscene. Oh yeah. He just walks out of the blood. Bro, imagine doing that out of someone's body. You just burst out of their chest. You just walked out of their heart. You know, there's a bunch of blood flowing through there, right?
Dearest Nicola. You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Alright, time to get knee healed. Oh! That's cool. Can you two, I don't know, kill each other? Made me slow too. I think he has a very high resistance to fire. Oh, hello. We're gonna use these to our advantage. Bro, being at half speed, I can't do shit. Okay. That was fun. That was great. Boga's very resistant to fire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. Given that he turns blood into fire, I would expect that much. Oh, Mimic Tiro. He's weak to bleed, though. Look, his most powerful attribute is blood. He just can't keep it inside of him, guys. Who the fuck did you summon? You summoned Radon? This is the mashup I did not want. Give me the back shot! Bro, he didn't even get to go phase 2! That was hilarious. Bro didn't even get to go phase 2. This is some early consort Radon boss mashup. Yeah, this is the precursor to what happens later. Oh shit, wrong blast. Radon! Oh, Mr. Radani! I'm on pacifist mode for some reason. Oh wait, I can't attack things here right now. That's some BS. This is one of those areas you can't do shit in. I was ready to kill Radon at the same time. The game won't let me. Moog's body pulls Radon's Solical Sky. Yeah, I know, but imagine both of their bodies, both of their souls. Two pissed off demigods. Look. The Moog Lester is here and ready to destroy me. Even though those accusations are false and it's actually just McQuella who mind controlled him. But look, the allegations, it's hard to beat them. Because once people hear them, they'll immediately just go,
I heard this rumor about him, but there's no substantial evidence, so now we gotta scream and shout and act like he was born from Satan himself.
because people are stupid. This is why a jury of our peers doesn't work anymore. That and we have a lot of activist judges. Jesus. Alright, I guess I'm gonna put another 10 points, or maybe 18 points in strength in the long run. After that, there's like no reason to. Someone doesn't someone with Radon and Moog during concert. Radon, we riot. You guys are the ones who could do that! What do you mean you riot? If you failed to do it, it's not my fault! Actually... Oh, I'm totally gonna get Moog's spear. Wait. Yes, I know. Let's go to Moog. Let's get Moog's spear real quick.
New items can be purchased from the Twin Maiden Husks. You can now buy the ball sack of Moog.
Ah, yes, dead. Blood boon. Ah, yes. No. Yes! Yes! Alright, unique blood boon ritual. Raise the sacred spear and pierce the body of the formless mother. Stab up to 3 times, creating explosions of blood with each thrust. This skill will coat the armor with blood flame for a while. Nice, nice. Trident of Moog, Lord of Blood, a sacred spear that will come to symbolize his dynasty. As well as serving as a weapon, it is an instrument of communion with the outer god, who bestows power upon your cursed blood. Oh my god, my ears! Mother of Truth, designs of doom! I can't hear! And we might, I guess we'll hold off on that one. What's going on, Mike? Thank you for the 19 months. How is the day? You have made me this much closer to being a deaf man. Have the fun. We're picking up some armor. You gotta be ready to tussle with the toughest of them.
Speakus Fire said get Moog's drip.
Okay, I will get the Moog's grip. Even though I'm pretty sure none of it is real armor. Is it literally just the cloak? What have you been doing, Mai? Have you shot any of the non-believers? Please tell me no, that is not the true path. It's literally just Rogue's cloak? Wait, we gotta wear this. Hold on.
Oh, the blood bones.
Our dynasty shall last forever!
Okay, enough of that. Dawn armor. Not yet. Thank God. I've heard that, bro. There are a ton of riots are being incited worldwide. There's one in Indonesia right now because of I shouldn't say the local. Their government has let their country run awry for years, and it's fucked the common working man. There's a ton of immigration riots in the UK, I believe, across the EU. I think there's one in Germany. Don't quote me on that. I've heard a lot of discontent, but I know if they have a protest in Germany, they will get arrested. Just like people tend to get in the UK because
That's considered hate speech if you have a protest.
Shit, what else can I do here? I haven't upgraded the... Yeah, I did upgrade that plus 10. I want to use the Moog Spear at some point. What's the stat requirements again? See, I can do that. I just need one more arcade. Looks like we're getting another point in arcade. Let's go back and let's go to the DLC. No, wait, I haven't killed Millennia yet. Did I? No. No, I didn't. Let's go kill Millennia. You download a few games, is all you got. You can't download Steam games because you gotta verify your age due to Online Safety Act. But Steam uses credit cards to do so, which you don't have. Oh boy! It sounds like the Online Safety Act was just a preface for putting people in debt. But why would they do that? It's almost like they hate people. Oh shit, I gotta fix up my physique. I have to fix up mi flasco. Yeah, so fun things about credit cards. Most have a basis payment that you have to make every year. This basis payment is usually somewhere between $50 and $350. Can you not? That one-shot me. That's some bullshit. So even if you do not use the credit card, even if you only have it because it makes your credit score better, you have to pay the money to have it because credit cards are a scam. Because banks pay the government to force more debt onto people. Exactly. It's called lobbying. It happens all the time. Now, there are ways to get use out of credit cards, like the frequent flyer miles. If you use them correctly, you could totally get. What is it? There's a credit card that gives you travel perks like flyer miles that can get you free trips. If you like to travel and you have one of those cards and know how to use it effectively, you could totally make it worthwhile to use the card. But that's not for everyone.
Nintendo 5X said, fun fact, the Palworld lawsuit is about to get a lot more complicated for Nintendo.
Well, Nintendo doesn't really have a chance in that lawsuit to begin with. You spawned! Okay, this is the practice round, bitch! Come on! Ow, you just healed back your entire health bar. Why did I roll again? No, not...
You must die!
Nintendo 5X said the devs of On A Star Rail is jumping in by making their own Palworld escort game.
Nintendo is trapped in a catch-22 now. Good, good. Yeah, do tell. I want to hear about how this is happening. Also, yeah, there is, what was it, Honkai Star Rail, they're making a game with a bunch of small creatures. I think it's a creature style game. I haven't heard many of that yet. What am I looking at? The fuck? Hold on, how many redeems do I have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I got 47 redeems. I can have 3 more active without any problems. Alright. Nintendo only ever used lawyers against border companies. Yeah! Oh no. No, Nintendo is terrible. Nintendo will also
5X said, and if
publicly
Nintendo
say...
sues them for this, the Chinese government will fight back, because the government is personally protective of their gaming companies.
Which is odd. But anyways, Nintendo will directly say, yeah, we love it when fans make fan games and fan content for games. And then they will turn around and they'll go, Pokemon Uranium! And we're about to release, what was it, Gen 7? Kill them with Hellfire! They need to die! Bury them in $10,000 of legal fees daily! Murder them! Physically! Cut off access to their website!
And
Speak as fire said how about finish my
every
fucking comment before you
person
tangent
in
too hard.
development now.
Yeah. Izanoyover is based in Korea. I would love for Nintendo's patents to become invalid. So, having access to a game and what the game entails. So let's say Pokemon. If somebody else made a Pokemon game without approval or without approval from Creatures Inc. and Nintendo, they deserve to get shit on. Okay, if they try to profit from it. But the problem here is Nintendo will attack anybody who has Pokemon-esque things in them. Oh yes, we have a creature collector. It's called Dragon Quest Monsters. It contains random monsters that you find throughout the world as you're exploring and trying to solve the whole plot of the game. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. But it's a creature collector. You capture monsters. So we're gonna sue your ass for every penny you're worth. And then we're gonna drag your name through the mud. And most people don't understand, when you sue somebody, you are financially attacking them. Okay? It costs money in order to hire the lawyers, in order to go through the defense process. Nintendo has tons of money. If they go after somebody with less financial resources, it doesn't matter if they have any legal standing, they can bury somebody if they just stall long enough. Which is why the lawsuits are a form of financial warfare nowadays. What the? Did you just see that grab? The bear grabbed me from behind. That is somebody clip that. That's the biggest shitbox I've seen in Elden Ring ever. Put that in the Discord, please. Broom Bears, why do you have this much health? Please stop! Darn! I can't even, you know what, fuck it, I'll just die. It's not like I have runes. I'm gonna read the chat. Japan is going to try to enforce their laws worldwide. Well, Japan, most countries will try to do that if it's copyright and patent law. Nintendo's patents are valid outside of Japan. Good. They can't sue. And that game also is everything they're trying to sue for intentionally. Good. Good. Let me look at this. Hold on. We're gonna watch this on stream. We're gonna rewatch this. First, we're gonna die in game so that. Oh, I can't. There we go. So I can bring this up. Look at this shitbox. Look at this shitbox. They go after somebody with less financial resources. It doesn't matter if they have any legal standing, they can bury somebody if they just stall long enough. Which is why... look, he's going in for the grab in a moment. Lawsuits are a form of financial warfare now. He gets up on his back legs. He's literally looking the other way. Grab? And then somehow his hands shoot out of his ass. grab
the
me,
biggest shit
pull
box
me
I've
through
seen
his
in
ass,
Elden Ring
out his
and
mouth,
money. If they
and then
go
his
after
hands are
somebody
still
with less
somehow
financial
connected
resources,
normally,
it
like
doesn't
they
matter if they
weird
have any
physics
legal
phased
standing, they
around.
can bury somebody if they just stall long enough.
Thank you, Mai. Well, get wrecked. Put that in the Discord. Oh wait, I think you already got it. Okie dokie. Let's get back. You were in contact with the body during the grab animation is what happened? Yes, but the body, the legs aren't a part of the grab animation visibly. Nah. We generally look at clips on stream about what's going on. Or about bullshit that's happening.
Come, my minion. Kill.
You're bitch! It looks like I'm doing some side move. Looks like I'm doing a dance. Hey, he already buffed. Mimic Tear has a brain.
I believe in you, Mimic Tear.
Oh my god, he's using the strat! Mimic Tear! Mimic Tear!
Real my waifu said get wrecked.
I believe I have, in fact.
Can I get out, please?
I got one hit in and then I got flung out. I am Millennium Blade of Quella, and I did this. No, you didn't, bitch! The giant silver spear and the horde of basilisks killed me. At least be accurate. Millennia just takes all the accomplishments from anything that's done in the world. Oh, suddenly Moog was defeated. I did that. Man, when was the last time you saw Moog? Like 400 years ago. How'd you kill him then? It was because I'm here that he died. I saw that, the knife, the black knife there, and for a fucking moment, I thought you spawned an enemy on me. You gotta admit that the black knife, the blade of death, that is the worst knife ever. I mean, I could see how one could use it as a good weapon if all those edges are sharp. I probably have a better time at using a normal knife, though.
I summon thee.
I got my 100 runes back. Oh wait, not even that much. Oh god, if she gets to hit the minions, she's just gonna keep restoring health. Why speed, child? Get him, boys! Okay, thank God. I have Millennium Blade. Oh shit, you got me. He's still in super speed. Oh boy. Guys! I'm giving you your points back for these two. Boop. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Ba-da-da-dee. Alright, guys, I got a game plan. We're gonna get in there and I'll cast Swan. You cast Cannon of Heimer on repeat. And you just keep doing your black fire shit. That stuff hurts. I felt it. I like how that's the fire giant on your chest. That's like straight up the fire giant on his chest. That's his chest plate. You got a flame, not the fire giant. I'm pretty sure the fire giant's the same guy. I cast Frildo! Bitch, why you super spin? Dude, you don't know. Alright, I just gotta go in. Puff all the minions! She's too fast to be good! Never mind. She proved me wrong immediately. It's stuck in her face. Madame is blind. Get your
Ass over here, Millennia!
She heals too fast. We need some black flame monks up in here. Okay. 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 This is fun. This is fun. This is fun. I'm gonna give you your points back for these three. They spawned outside of the boss arena. You just need a bunch of Black Knife Tish, Black Flame Monk, Red Mane Oga. They're all level 1 summons, so they suck. Sorry, Oga. You're just not leveled up enough for this. But if you want to fire from, you know, up there, since this is literally just the center of a hollow fucking tree, you run up there and start firing, I will take that support any day of the week. Same with you, Paul. Okay.
Golly, golly, what the hell of a way to die!
Alright. Get him, boys! Come towards the drill dough. Speed Millennia just eats your health bar. She just goes. She doesn't even swing the sword. She just does this with it in her hand. She uses wild swings. Her signature sex move. Alright. Let's try this shit again. I'm coming, Mimic here in attack position. I use the magic card, Commander's Inspiration. And the magic card, Diane Kato, the Cure Master. Oh shit, the quick effect spell. roll fast enough. Yeah, boys, get him! That attack was not supposed to hit my... I was too high for that, I jumped. Jumping gives you iframes in your lower body in this game. Wait, are you no longer fast? Oh my god! The counter pick is insane! I am Millennia, blade of your mother. That is gonna suck being able to do that. The whole attack is slow-mo. Like, I can't even go in yet. Oh wait, maybe I can. Interesting. You know, I'm just gonna slowly use a flask. No, no super speed, ma'am! You did that right as I went to use my weapon attack. And it instantaneously killed me. Instantaneously. The turnaround was so real. It's like last time I went to a Wendy's.
Okay, now. Get 'em, boys.
Oh, you ran through the drill though. You literally cannot do that. You do not have enough poise, even in super speed. I have seen you locked from this. That's some bullshit. You just cheated. I go to the real dude. Look, I may have the drill dough as a weapon, but that doesn't mean I like having to use it. How much of that do I get when you buy coins? I'm pretty sure I get a higher amount if you use it directly from the crowd control side. No. I think there's... Sorry, I don't get a higher amount. You get more coins per cost under those circumstances. Lady. You stop, man. Oh, shit. I have mild speed! I'm fired on the game. I turned the game down by over 30% earlier. I think I know why. It's overlaying the game audio to stream twice. So you're hearing the game audio 2 times. That's what's happening. I pressed the B button, game! What was that? I pressed B and the game was like... a literal waterfall, 40 feet by 40 feet. Mouth gaping open. Brain dead response. I pressed the roll button. stands there for no fucking reason.
Press the goddamn roll button!
Come here, Millennia. Blade of the McCluster. You know if that's your headset? Sounds like the game is coming from my speakers and from my phone. That should not be the case. I don't think that's the case.
I am Millennia, blade of your mother.
Yeah, she is stupid strong when speed. Ma'am, can you chill the fuck out? Where the fuck is she? She's in the back just watching. She's like, yes, plague rat. Get them. I'm super slow. Or frozen, it was one of the two. My model just stopped working from what it looks like. The game sounds like it's coming through TV speakers sometimes. Here, let me check something out. I might have a way around this. Okay, so we've got audio output capture, which captures all audio I hear, which includes the game. And then, to separate that, I have application audio capture, which I have to have go through the main track, the stream track, so you have to hear it. This is literally just here for the sake of, for editing purposes, so I have the game audio when I'm explaining. Calm down. I'm not monitoring. I've said this like 6 times. Okay. The only way I can do this on Streamlabs right now, unless I want to get another audio program which will specifically split all of my audio through multiple different channels, which I will then have to directly set up with OBS, which will then fuck up every time Windows so much as sneezes and make me have to redo it all from scratch, which is how I used to do it. The only way I can do it through OBS otherwise is setting application audio capture. So then, whatever main application, the game I'm playing, the audio gets captured. In order to capture any audio, it has to be run through the stream. So I can turn off. Oh shit, maybe not. So it only turns off track 1, which is why I thought that it turned it off on the stream in general when I was testing it. But if I turn it off on track 1, it's still... Chat act may have unintentionally helped me with the W moment. It's still recording on the 3rd track, but now you guys shouldn't hear it. So, let me bring up my audio settings. I'm going to turn it up again, since now you're not going to hear the game twice and have reverb. What can I say except you're welcome? You unintentionally led me to figuring out something that I had a misconception of when I was setting things up, and that only the first audio track is disabled, and not all audio tracks being disabled, which is great. Use Linux. I will use Linux eventually. The problem is, with Linux, I have to use... How the fuck did I just get healed? Oh. With Linux, a lot of games don't have Linux support. I don't know how that works. There's probably a way to give compatibility. Come here, taste the drill dough. Taste the drill dough. Love the drill dough. Come on, ma'am. You're getting drill donated. I hate that you're gonna go through second phase and be an absolute bitch. I'm about out of invincibility. Dude, you know. Get him with the drill though, man. Stop healing. Come this way. You're gonna rush. I thought you were gonna rush. Oh, we clashed with our attacks. How do I fucking avoid that? It's just way too fucking fast. The only way I can avoid it is by like hitting them with the weapon so they stagger. This is nothing else I have on that. I didn't avoid any of that. Yeah, look, no, I said we weapon clashed. I took the full waterfowl, but we weapon clashed. I never said when I was invincible during the oh, sorry, I never said that I didn't get hit. I said that there was a weapon clash. I died through invincible, yes. Because invincible heals all damage you take instantly. But if you take more damage than your health bar, you still die. I'm undefeated. Oh, never mind. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Is the game still muffled? Don't you pull this shit if you're just joking. I take game audio and general quality of the stream very seriously. That might sound like me just memeing on you. That is not the case. Wait, you said fast nearby bosses. Why is she slow?
Milady.
Before it was like a phone speaker in a tin can.
Milady.
That's like a phone speaker under a pillow. Wait a second. Let's fix this. Can you hear the game now? We have it at volume 69. Days over double whites. If you can't hear it now, you can't hear the love of your romantic partner, okay? It's not the volume. I don't know what to tell you. It's the quality. Alright, let's look at this. What is game audio? It's that application audio capture. So the application audio capture is not audible in my broadcast. Let's go up. Desktop audio is audible. Why is there a second audio application?
You will witness true horror.
Try it now. I don't know why, but it brought back an old audio output capture I had deleted.
Now, rot.
It brought it back and then hid it at the bottom of my sources, of my list of sources. Get him, boys! Oh my god! Get him, boys!
Your strength,
I didn't have to do shit!
ordinary. The mark of a true.
The queue's been fucked. Look, I saw a bunch of things just go through.
Dear Nicola.
We got it, boys! I don't care that I died immediately, she died. That's important. No, no.
Milady. Milady.
Hyatt, thank you for the t-shirts.
Milady. Oh, Milady. Milady.
Oh shit, can I not get my runes? That's 480,000 runes! Needs a max request count. I can't even get the fucking runes, can I? Oh, thank you. Thank God.
Millennials.
Milady.
Millennials.
Milady.
Well, that's fucked.
Milady.
We do have a lot of nice black knife tish lady friends, though, who don't have heads. We're not gonna talk about this. It's a max request count. Is the mod pack the same as before for the server? Yeah, I actually have somebody, I've sent them the mod pack list and they're making the server mod pack today. The set of mods is the same though. I needed one more in Arcane. Let's get the 60 shrimp. Good bruh. Let's use some of these here runes. What gives me enough? I need like 10,000 runes. That'll work. And I will point out, the server's been set up for dual boot, so there are going to be times where we might turn off pixel mode for the server temporarily. I need 1,500 more. Temporarily, while we do other shit. Like, crowd control multiplayer Minecraft. Which would be dope as fuck, okay? That would be so dope. That'd be probably some of the coolest shit there to be doing in streaming like a long time. Okay, so don't diss. Server will sometimes, very short time period of one stream, be down and be doing something else. Somebody, I have to say this so many times, because somebody's gonna come in and be like, "What the fuck, guys? The Pixelmon server's been hacked!" Make a big deal because they don't know what's going on. Maybe I should just wait and be like, "Oh yeah, we'll deal with it later." And be on the server playing crowd control Minecraft. Be like, "Oh yeah, we'll deal with that later. I understand." Just completely gaslight the shit out of them. That would be so stupid. It sounds like something I would do. This should be it. Oh, let's go to the DLC, boys. We could go fight the last few bosses, or I could go to the DLC.
Speaker's Fire said gas can't produce light. You're being crazy.
Yeah. Pretty sure there are gases that can. You know, aside from the flammable ones. Guys, there's a handle! The handle. Oh, look, there's still fire. The handle. Wait, is that a grace? I should have gotten that earlier. Oh.
Were you guided here by kindly Nicola and Meadow? And like you, touch the withered arm. the realm of shadow where little of the kind now like on pictures of our wedding. Like us, they have heard you can find them. They have.
Alright, well, eventually we're probably gonna kill each other. That's how Souls games go. We need copious amounts of cash to build the ultimate CC server. Bro. If I wanted to make something that I would make a ton of money off of, I'd definitely go with a different approach. I'd go multiplayer server with PvP, and then I'd have a non-PvP section. I'd have it so there's 2 servers to a main hub, and you get to keep items across them. Nah, no, maybe not across them, because then that would fuck over the PvP ones. And make a bunch of custom items with amazing, awesome effects, lifesteal, etc. Tons of mini games and events that go on in each. Dog, why are you destroying my dog? Dog, don't make me put you in the hamper. You don't need to be breaking my door. Okay, she doesn't care. This is now turned into a pup tree. Oh, floor. Oh shit. Oh! Wait 1 second. Let me see if the dog is bowled outside of the room. Spoiled. She had food in the bowl outside of my room. So she mauled the door to get into this room. And wanted me to bring that food in here so she could eat food while hanging out. Be a nerd. Also, the PvP's fun, okay? Just not always. Yay. The Erdtree Shade. Oh, look, one of those guys I hate. I absolutely hate fighting these bastards. Oh. That's why. Can you stop with the chop? There. Stay dead. He is not worth the runes. Dude, that's all Benaric level runes. Alright, let's get all the materials. Gotta remember this is a new plane. There's much to do and many to kill. This is the realm of shadow. Mikella literally came to this place after moglesting someone, okay? After milk-questing someone. Milk-questing someone. That's the right way to say it. I have to remember where everything is. Oh shit, there's a map fragment I missed. 180-degree turn! Guys, I need ideas. So, I am making a tabletop RPG. And I need ideas for vehicles. So far, I have put the mechs in.
Speakus Fire said, are you gonna be switching to any DLC weapon since there are some DLC exclusive weapon types?
For now, we're using this. But I'm definitely gonna be grabbing some cool DLC weapons. I think I have to climb this place, right? Butterfly. Can't I climb that on horse? It does not look like it. I might use some of the hands, or... There are a couple of cool weapons like that. I think with Mesmer Spear, you can get that, can't you? There's a bunch of stuff I haven't used that use arcane Use the power of Arcane. Oh yeah. That thing that I built in Bloodborne, but it was practically useless in that game. Literally uses the hardest starting stat. It's like, fuck yeah, let's go. Throwing Molotovs is all I've got. Continue my vehicle tech. Yeah, I need ideas for vehicles. I'm gonna write up Humvee later. And, like, for military vehicles. And then general car. This is how you can do a helicopter. There's no way in fucking hell any player is probably going to get the ability to drive a plane. I doubt any of them would be able to know how to fly a fucking helicopter, for that matter. So I might actually take the helicopter out of the list. Arcane is used for bleed, poison, and cold weapons. So in Bloodborne, Arcane is OP, but you shouldn't build it for it until after Germain. And I did before. See, the problem was, in Bloodborne, I played with a delay. I had like there's like a quarter-second delay on inputs because I was doing remote play, and sometimes it was a lot worse. It just depended on network connection. So I'm thinking, like, maybe a Humvee, because obviously it's a tabletop campaign. There's going to be combat. So, like, let's say you could put a weapon installment in your car. Let's say you could remove the front bumper or attach something to it, and then if you removed it, you put a weapon there. You pot man, I need to kill you. I think you have a scatter tree fragment. Yeah. So you could put, like, your ramming spokes. Or you could have, like, let's say a machine gun attached to the car, hanging off the side door or on the top of it. How do vehicle stats work in my system? I don't have a set vehicle stat function yet, because I need ideas for vehicles first before I'm willing to get into the nitty-gritty. I need a few examples first of what I could do that makes sense, and then I need to make a stat spread. So, like a stat spread, like how health works based on that, so that I don't just go, okay, let's use this system, and now suddenly motorcycles have 400 health somehow. Probably nowhere near that, but still. It's just me making it an exasperated, very dramatized example. Because you still need to figure out vehicles for your system. So I've made mechs already. Mechs, the general ones, which I am not making multiple different types of mechs all the time. I'm getting mech done. I'm getting an animalized version of mech. I have a spider mech. I have a normal mech. The spider mech is much smaller. It is about the size of a fucking car. And I might make one more before I move from just mechs to cars. Cars is probably going to be a general use van, or a Jeep, or a truck. They could all be the same, with only like one or two minor differences between them. Their health is going to be roughly the same. The truck would have more than, let's say, a two-wheel car. Or not two-wheel car, a four-wheel normal car with the two-wheel drive. Oh, I want that. I forgot how to play the game. Are you hurt? I forgot the scatter tree blessing sucks. I better use mine. Doggo, can I scooch in yet? Thank you. What's that level? Oh, in my system. So in my system is high fantasy. And when I say high fantasy, I mean ultimate fantasy. There is not only high-level magic, high-level technology. Now, I haven't written anything in for space travel. I don't want that to be a thing in this system. There's already multiple different worlds. They are accessed via gates, through magic, through teleportation. There are Grace here. I do not see one. But I have mechs, lasers, missile arrays, weaponry. Because of warfare reasons. I'm going to buff real quick. Come on, big boy! Show me what you got! Show me your mid-range. Okay, if you're on your second swing, your second... God damn it, why does the roll button not work? Your second swing, you have hyper armor, or at least mild stagger resistance. Bro, okay. He's got vacuum slice. Like medieval, modern, arcane, punk, futuristic. Futuristic. I explained that just a bit ago. There's high-level technology. There's no space travel. There are laser weaponry. Technically, there's nanomachines in the form of there's an armor set for mechs and other vehicles. The bleeding edge armor that just repairs armor they have. No internal integral components.
What are you doing? With Pupor. What are you doing?
Come here. This dog is annoying me.
So she will be too on stream.
As Pupor stream. As Pupor.
Too boo. He's the greatest woofer. Too bad yours is nerd. I love you, you know that. Yours is so cute. I'm so cute. Come on.
We had the Pupor on cam. I'm sure that came on stream. If it didn't, I'm sorry, guys. You missed Pupor. Now I think you got Pupor on stream. Oh, yeah. Let's go back here. And I'll use the Scatter Tree Fragment. And suddenly I'll have a massive buff. Because the first few Scatter Tree Fragments are huge. And after that, there's not much point to them. After you get like a... After you get to what, like +7? It's not a big deal. When I say you want 4 or 5 vehicle categories for movement type. Yeah, definitely. Dog. What are you doing? I just want to sit. Okay. I'm down. If you want to talk, you can go. You want to talk? Go. He's chilled here. He's cool Pupor. Go to these. Yeah, and most of those will not have vastly high health. Some might have integral safety features, sure. We need a treat redeem. That is true. This Pupor needs hers bacon. I don't feed this dog bacon bits because I don't feel like feeding disgusting, like, produced slop packed into tender bites with bacon flavoring on them to my dogs. But I should totally just get some... You know what I want to do? So when I'm rich, I want to get steaks for each of my dogs. And I should then post that live. I should do that on stream, live. Give Pupors their steaks. Oh my god. Yeah, motorcycle, car, truck, semi-bus. I don't think every one of them needs to be listed, though I do think truck and semi-truck should be on there for commercial use, and in case the party wants to lug an absolute metric shit ton of stuff. This will be better for this fight. This guy's got enough poise, I can't really just drill-dough him. Why did you just stand there and try to do another oh. Is it just me or are they adding it? Wait, I was looking at my opponent because generally somebody doesn't look at their own character in a video game. I kept getting distracted because I was looking at him and it seemed like I was doing an extra animation. What the fuck did I just see? I saw it in my peripheral lower vision. Was it the cape? It looked like he did that and then did a sweep around. I'm insane. I'm seeing this in my peripheral vision. It's not real, is it? The cape is fucked with me. Keep the armor on. Commercial could also be airline or a ship. Yep. Dog, don't you dare make this hard. Are you done with your gun? Dunk. Dunk. Bruh! You gave him the attack speed of somebody with daggers with a giant fucking sword! What out in the pussy piss could you do that? Jesus. Yeah, of course they just need health bars for various circumstances. I already have some quests set up where parties could help people with movement, really more companies with movement of large amounts of goods for areas with thieves, bandits, war-torn issues. Bandits are commonly appearing in areas that have been stricken by war, both in reality and fantasy. Alright, so this sword is actually... This sword is better. This one is actually doing better.
Speakus Fire said that night generally I come back with some blue skidoo fragments enemy.
Nah, bitch, we're doing this now. Or we could just fight Omega Bear. You know, fuck Omega Bear. I guess we're coming back later. I was told I can't go in. What was that? The 5-minute cooldown. That's the max, apparently. I should get a gift to play whenever somebody does that redeem in chat. Or not that redeem, but that command with Nightbot in chat. That just has a gif of my dog eating a treat. What the? Give me a break! I should probably bring up a list of all the Scadu tree fragments. Scadu tree fragments, Elden Ring. Bruh! Scadu tree fragments, Elden Ring. Can you just let me run on the horse?
Run, bitch! Run!
What do you have against people just walking? I'm walking here. Alright. Locations. East of Scorched Ruins. Shadow Putt. Church of Consolation. Alright. Shut up, map. Map. Oh, Effectual Life. Stop being the worst. Okay, so up there. That's where we go. We're gonna go get 2 more, which is probably 1 upgrade. Usually don't know most things in dog treats, and that concerns you. It doesn't even look like food sometimes. Oh no, no, no. Straight up, dog treats do this worse than human food, from what I've seen. They'll just be like animal meat byproduct. Sorry, there's a byproduct from animal meat, and you threw it
in there. Normally just things existing doesn't have byproduct. Is it like this went through a process and that process made a byproduct and you threw that in my dog's food? And that's why it's on the list of ingredients? What?
Humans have the same thing. So we have like bisodium or trisodium phosphate. And we'll be like, oh yeah, that's great. We'll just have that in our food. You know what trisodium phosphate does? So it breaks down into phosphate in the human body, which is poisonous to us. Hello, fire dog. Oh, wrong weapon.
Speed lover, there's no soldier.
But we commonly put trisodium phosphate in our foods. One thing in particular that we do, we put them in our foods under the, so is the, our health organizations have said, yes, this is fine to eat. Oh, this is like a Radigan hammer, I forgot. This is fine to eat even though it's poisonous. Because there's only this much in it. It's not going over a certain threshold. But what if you have more than one serving of said item? What if you eat 4 things in the day that has trisodium phosphate in it? Well, it is like a carcinogen because it's poisonous to you and in your body. So it could cause cancer. Hey, why is it in the food? Why is it in the damn food then? Oh, because it's not really bad for you in that quantity. It's bad for you in general. Why is it in there? Why is this additive in there? That's not used in production for normal foodstuffs. Well, it's because we're the U.S. and that's a filler item. So that companies make more money because they don't have to spend as much on good ingredients. And they probably botched some studies like they did with sugar. There was a sugar study in the 1900s that was paid for by, I believe it's Kellogg's, and Kellogg's and Whole Mills, General Mills, effectively the sugar and carbs industry of the world, of the U.S. They paid for this study, and they paid them and made them botch the results to say that the findings were that sugar and carbs are good for you. Sugar and carbs are effectively the same thing. One is a simple carbohydrate, and the other is a complex carbohydrate. They're both not very great for you, but that doesn't change large companies from telling you that this thing is great for you. And unlike meat, it'll make you more healthy. Meanwhile, they're like, meat gives you cancer, heart disease. It gives you blood clots. These are all things that they had said in the study that it had a higher risk of after eating meat, which were actually all things that eating sugar and carbs did you. Fucking hate it. I need 3 now, or 2 now. Let's look at the list. There's a Scadu tree fragment over there. I need more. I just got this one. Main gate. Yeah, that goes into the city. There's one, like, up here. We're gonna get that. And then we're gonna go fight that knight. Hello, Pupor. You're acting confused, like you're missing something. Come here. I'll give you some pets. You're as good as Ruru, even if you have dementia. Mia is a great dog. But when as she's getting older, it's getting hard. It's getting hard to keep taking care of her. She'll wake up in the middle of the night 4 times, claw the door. I'll open the door for her. She'll walk out, and then she'll be like, oh. Then she'll walk back in. after I walk out with her. I'll just sit there like, dog, what the fuck what was going on?
I am Ansbach, formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikkel.
Wouldn't White Mask Bear be here, since I didn't kill him?
My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern Tender Mikkela's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use. May 6 crosses, identical to this one. They are akin to Tender Mikkela's footprints. If you discover any, be certain to, I presume you just what kind Mick.
Alright, we'll do.
You discover, be certain to, I presume you just
probably gonna end up having a potential vehicle list of your thoughts. So planes, I feel like that requires a special proficiency. So there could be feats for proficiency of more complex vehicles. Probably a Google spreadsheet.
However, together, for Mikkel many things.
Oh, hello, more. I will take these. I might have to use those, finally. Let's buff. You could argue some vehicles are driven with in checks instead of jack to end. Technically, you could use intelligence to drive every vehicle. It just depends on how fast you want to go. Example, when it's raining, logically, you go, oh wait, there's not as much traction with the road, I should slow down. Unlike the people who drove on the interstate last night on my way back from work, who are going 10 to 20 over with 15 to 20 feet of visibility because it was pouring rain, and several of them got into a wreck. See, it doesn't matter what your dexterity is in that case, you were stupid enough to drive poorly. So I think this can apply in a variety of different ways. You could probably do either. It could be a dual score check where you could pick the highest of the two. But if you're driving with speed, then it's more likely than not a dexterity check. Hey, there is a place I can go to over there. Epic we ball. Oh, speed lover, speed another. I'm going to speed with you, and I am speed lover. Wait, I gotta get that item. Hello, dog. Like, for example, I think that here's how it should be done. There's two check classes. There's intelligence, and then there's dexterity. Some vehicles you can only use intelligence. Some you can use either or. In the case of using a car, you can use either or. In the case of using a plane, you need a fair amount of intelligence. A normal plane that is for commercial transportation of people, it's more of an intelligence-based aspect than a dexterity one because it's built for less. It's built less to be incredibly maneuverable and more to get around with a lot of people. I also say it depends on the overall attack level of the vehicle, like a motorbike is all dex, but a fucking hover car is an int vehicle. Yeah. Oh shit, now I want a hover car. Those would be rare though. Only a few locations you can get one of those. Bro, I've already got rules for mechs down. I just need to figure out how to design their sheet. Actually, I can expand on those rules a bit. Spike, when are you going on to the sleep for the night? He's got the Moog Spear! Wait, that's not the Moog Spear. Ow. I don't know what he was about to do, but I didn't want to be a part of it. Oh yeah, you got Blood Flame. I don't like these trolls. These trolls are much fatter and less beefy. Like, look at it. I'm gonna die. Oh, is that his breath or is that the spear boy from behind? Come down here and fight me like a man. Alright, well, I guess that's not happening. They should have changed bikes from Dex to AGI. You mean agility? So, in Infinite, there's 6 major skills, or not skills, characteristics for people and creatures. It's strength, dexterity, constitution, which is your durability, intelligence, wisdom, and then charisma. Dexterity does include agility. It's like a catch-all for things within that net. It's not just my ability to perform card tricks or my ability to sew. It's also my ability to accurately strike somebody's throat. So, dexterity is, in this case, agility. It's just so you don't have a giant list of stats. Because for most stats, there's a bunch of skills that you use that stat for. That stat and any proficiencies or bonuses you might get from equipment. And if you have a lot of stats, more than 6, it can get to the point where your sheet looks more like a monster than whatever you're fighting. I like how he has a distant Mox Anihi. 8% Dex, 20% Wisdom. Wisdom could be on there too, because it regards knowledge. Not really knowledge so much as perception of your vehicle. But I think Dexterity and Intelligence could be used vice versa. Ability could be a dex skill though, so you could have agility checks work better as a skill name than acrobatics check. After this long, are we finally adding another skill? Or I might just change this skill to agility. We might just change acrobatics name to agility and call it a day. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to add another skill. I could add another skill. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Alright, I might get you in VC later. It would be after stream. If Spike is alive. Okay. I don't think there's much else here. Let's go. What's in the back? Go there.
I've gotten a couple of Skadu tree fragments.
You've been riding many years in all sorts of conditions. But how long I search. Look, I usually stream. I like streaming at least for 4 hours. Okay. Oh shit! My weapon damage was like 6 something before.
After that Skadu tree fragment, now I got like 947.
Probably won't be free for a VC though. It could be done some other day. Ah! Speeds of Golantar. Hello, sir. Would you like to Delito Blue? You still hurt a lot.
Okay. I just lost my virginity. Oh, yeah.
There's a dog between the wheels of this chair. I can't move the dog. That was, what do you mean that was smooth? Me dying? That was smooth as shit. Alright, we got the damage perk. Can I just summon Mimic Tear? Oh, I can't summon Mimic Tear. This is supposed to be under a brew. Under the one. I didn't two-hand the sword. I didn't two-hand the sword. I two-handed the fucking spear. Make sure to add at least 3 commercial vehicles. You want truck, not commercial ad. Passenger vehicles, you want a truck. You want, let's say a two-wheel drive vehicle. And then like a van. And then you go to commercial, semi-truck, maybe an excavator if you want to. Something else. And then last one would be military vehicles, in my opinion. You do Humvee. We're just talking about wheeled ones for this specific example. Humvee. You could do a tank. I do want to put tanks in the game. So, I didn't know you got hyper armor from pressing a button. But that's nice. That's great. Well, let's just buff it and then go in and whack him a bunch. The list of categories is going to be personal, standard, heavy, passenger, and commercial, but you can use the utility section. Let's not make this GTA, where they have a section where you could drive a forklift, and then let you just drive forklifts all the time. Having it would be nice, but I don't want to make it a part of the game built around you driving a forklift unless the player characters go out of their way to make it happen. Just because you can make rules for a lot of specific events. God damn. Okay, so his normal slash does like a third of my health bar, maybe a quarter. But his overhead slash after his roll does over twice as much. Don't tell me you're... So, I do want to be in at least one of my infinite one-shots. Don't tell me you're gonna just drive a forklift the whole time. Yes, I want vehicle proficiency forklift. Also, on top of that, I would like to attach machine guns to it for no real reason. Oh, now you get knocked back. Why are you still speed?
Run, bitch! Run!
I can't kill him. He has too much poise. He's wearing the poisiest armor I know of. I'm pretty sure that is almost as good as the bullhorn armor. Forklift, but instead of 2 forks, it's 2 dildos. Are they barbed? That sounds like something else entirely, Spike. You don't want to say that in public, man. Look, that sounds like you're getting someone off. Yes, the dick lift. Running, hata! Running away, and... Why did you get faster? Sir! Forked dick. No. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate it so much. The bird stick. So, Michaela has most of the power in this world, and obviously, your weapons are nowhere near as strong unless you use the scatter tree fragments, which are apparently only found in areas where Michaela's footsteps have touched in this shadow world that, as far as I'm concerned, she made? Question mark? I might be wrong on the implications here, but the point still stands. Does that mean that she is the defining feature, or that, like, the all-powerful one who can decide who has strength in this world? Can you not Gatling gun me? Quickly, rats, get him! Not me, get him! Certified. Oh god.
Speakus Fire said the Shadowlands lore is too complicated for me to explain over Twitch chat. It's explain in a call level complicated.
Oh, got it. So it's more Souls nonsense where they're just like, ah yes, 400 layer deep lore that also doesn't make sense and we didn't really allude to very well beforehand. I don't know. Oh, was that Mount Tung Alberich? That was who just got sound, wasn't it? Tom Heater. Benito! Why did you speed him up?
Run, bitch! Run!
I think he dropped something nice. I'm pretty sure he dropped some Moonlight Greatsword copy that's strength based, which would be nice to have. Why can't you let me kill this man?
The Western Nameless Mausoleum. This place sucks.
Speed boy! Why? Come this way, sir. Get drilled out. Thank God. Give me your sword. Or the bow. A great sword of solitude. Let me look at that. Solitary Moonslash. Steel greatsword wielded by the Knights of the Solitary Jail. Through a secret rite, they relinquish their hearts for a heightened battle prowess. Next, they engrave their blades with two crests, one depicting light of birth, the other solitude. Solitary Moonslash. Sharply slash downward using the greatsword, shooting forward an arc of light. Strong attack allows for advancing. Follow up. This is not a bad weapon. And I could totally use that. I might actually just use that for this run after I get it upgraded. That's our Moonlight Greatsword. It's just not int based. Short story: America was born in the Shadowlands to an oppressed group of people, and everything she's ever done was in response to literal torture she went through for the ruling class to try to make artificial divinity. So what you're saying is this is another land, and we just got teleported to it. It might be like a different dimension. She lived in this different dimension. She was born in the Shadowlands, in this dimension. That's some crazy ass hypno-ad and shit. Let's go to the city. Fight the first real boss of the game. We're gonna split the Shadowlands from the lands between by force. Wait a second. Does that mean that when I look at the map, they'll look connected? Or disconnected? I need a lot more runes than that. Can I get those runes? Alright, quickly, we need more strength. Level up 46. Oh, it's horsing time! Actually, one second. Let's look at the map. So, was this on the other side of Caelid? Because this structure looks like it could have been on the other side of Caelid. Right here, with the inlet. They don't connect perfectly, no, but I think it's more of a gameplay constraint. There is, however, a tower in the Shadowlands said to be the center of the land, and implied to be the lands between. Yeah. So the lore is insane. Let's get in here, boys. We gotta get some of them Skadoo fragments. Oh, is these almost here? You could mod the game. No. No. Sir. You're gonna make life hell, aren't you? Let's just make sure I can't get any more of these. I can get... There's actually a Skadoo tree fragment up on that city. Up here, it's over that way. We're gonna go get that one. I missed it my first time up there. I gotta get every Skadoo tree fragment so I have big damage. They're helpful pumpkins? Oh, dude. That'll be great. Helpful pumpkins when I go into a boss room, hopefully. Pumpkinhead is ridiculous. So, you have to maneuver around him, but he locks to
Speaker's Fire
you.
said, do you know the guy that made the Halo Souls mod? Inferno
Yes,
Plus.
he is modded, what was it, Morrowind into Elden Ring. I think half of his development is done for it. Okay, where's the guy with the pot? Maybe 1 second. Maybe this isn't the right spot. Okay.
Speaker's Fire said he's doing a mod of porting Morrowind to Elden Ring. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay. It is the guy with the shadow pot. I was right. Where is the pot man? Who has the drugs? Give me the fragments. I need them. Oh, I need them. Where your fragments at? Come on, everybody, drop me some fragments. Hello, Shadow Dog.
Nicholas Batten say, did you know there's a 2015 movie that will be released in 2115?
That is not real. Actually, wait. No, so you said will be released. So you're saying there's a movie that somebody's going to make a movie that'll be taking place in 2015, 100 years from that day, 90 years from now. It might happen. I just don't think there was a lot going on in 2015. Why does this dog have so much help? It's supposed to be a guy with pot hair. He's running around the scatter tree fragment at the goddamn pack. Where is he? It's already made it, only released then. It's like a time capsule. Okay, Prospect Sound, Shadowbot. Did I already get this one? I don't think I did. I don't think I got this one. Where is my scatter tree? Where shall I find thee? Yeah, I don't remember getting this one. Let's go down this way. Maybe we'll find it there. It's about Cognac. I don't even know what Cognac is, sir. Don't just make up words. Next, he's gonna start changing the meanings of words and go, oh yeah, peaceful means violence.
Nicholas Batten said cognac is a type of old alcohol.
I know I saw something there. Oh, if I walk through those, they disappear. Okay. Does the pot-wielding guy disappear? If you don't kill him fast enough? They didn't believe that they're worth the effort to catch them. Let's warp out and then come back. And I bet you he's already fled and I don't know where, like, I can't get him. He's disappeared. I do not drink alcohol, dude. I am the designated driver. Okay, I will crash the car with a normal blood alcohol content of 0. But I'm just that good. Like, so people always describe getting drunk as just feeling really, really tired. And if I wanted to be tired, like delirious tired, if I wanted to be like that, I would just stay up really late. And if I wanted to be delirious, I would just get caught in a chain death lock in any of the, like a death soft lock, in any of the crowd control runs, because then I become delirious out of boredom. So I'm sitting there dead to rights constantly forever. Like, it makes perfect sense to me. Now let's go get the next fragment. An America statue! I know where this one is. This is at the encampment. I can technically get over there, too. Like, over there. There's a cool int weapon I can get. But I'm not a nerd in this run. It's Yoda's sword. The one with the cool multi-weapons path.
Lady Leda spoke of you. You're that tarnished. Guided here by kindly Nicola. Won't we all...
Nicholas Batten said also, did you know a dog was unselected as mayor in Cordy? His name was Paquetto.
SpongeBob, lay off of the mat! What the fuck, man? Kinda easy to get the lightsaber. It is. I just don't feel like doing it. I have it in my normal playthrough. I think I plus 10'd it too. Oh no, they've got a ballista! You know, the funny thing about ballistas in specifically Elden Ring, like, the only thing that would be useful for, on average, would be something large enough that it posed a threat and you could fire at the broadside of a barn and hit it. So, like a troll, a normal-sized troll, you could hit that thing, you could aim it like a normal bow and hit that thing. But if you're firing that just off into the distance, like, we're gonna get him, guys! Oh, we missed! Dude, you missed by 10 feet. That was just a normal guy. That was not nearly as much of a buff as last time, which is unfortunate. We live with this. Okay, see, the first few scatter tree buffs are great, and then after that, it just falls off. Let's look at the list. I bet it's on here. Alright, look at this. We've got level 1, we get a 5% damage bonus. Oh, 10% damage bonus. And almost a 10% damage reduction. Level 2, it's the 7% damage reduction, almost, but it's about the same. At level 3, it's a 5% damage increase, and a 3% damage reduction, 0.3 repeating. Sorry, 3.3 repeating. At level 4, which I think we just got to... No, I think we just got to level 4. You get a 5% damage bonus. And a 0.31. So, 0.031, that's a 3.1% damage reduction. And then eventually you get like 8, 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3% on your damage dealt. So these drop off hard. Instead, after about 6, it's not terribly worth it, right? Was it level 6? No, it was like level 10. No, it was like level 15. What am I doing? Yeah, 15, that's where it drops off hardcore. After 15, you can live without the scatter tree blessing. I always love to find these weird facts at times. You can actually find that in Yahoo Financial if you look up pot kettle in Colorado. Wasn't there a dog that went to space? I want stories on puppors in space. It's space puppor. They want pets now. What level? We got 4. We got 11 more levels of buffs that we should get. Where's the next one? I might as well get all of these while I can. Arca statue inside Castle Ensis. It's not happening. You bitch! I'm looking shit up. Oh, I gotta go to this other one. I should get another level of perk bonus. You don't want all that space puffer stories? You're probably right. I just want the good sounding ones. Okay. There's next spot. Let's go that way. Who doesn't like puppors in space? Wait. I have to wait to open the
Speaker's Fire said
map.
use the perfume bottle weapon.
I might. gotta go up that way. Okay. Isn't the perfume bottle weapon supposed to be really nice against general enemies? Maybe I'll offhand it, because it's got the AoE delayed after effect, and can be used to fuck with enemies, since the AI isn't that good. Okay, we're going this way!
Look, it's a Skadoo tree cross. It's the poo tree cross.
Yay! Guys, what time's good for lunch? Third, unfortunately, cannot taste. Third, also went to the gym for full body day yesterday. The combination means I should just make some god-awful protein supplement and then bring it down here and eat it on stream so all of you have to suffer and watch me eat it. We're quite literally the one in the camp, the first one. Oh, I can get that later then.
Hello there. The tarnished lady let us spoke to you under the tarnished. My name is Tione. So, here's the new thing.
Hello, Tione.
Well, I'm not. I'm as weak as a kitten and thick as I've always been this way. I'm afraid the only thing I'm proficient. Sorry.
Oh boy, he sells poison. That is a perfume bottle. And Spike is telling me I'm just avoiding these. Did you know there's a custom ice cream you can get in Missouri that mixes the flavors of Mountain Dew with the No! 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 No, please. I've had both of those back when I could taste it. I can tell you that this is not a good idea. See, I've got Mountain Dew right here. Like, it melts through people's bones. It is weight 1. These are actually kind of worth using. It's got some range. Mountain Dew had a lawsuit once that rat was in the bottle. I've heard this story. Continue, Mai. Tell the chat the horrors beyond human comprehension. There's a knight in this camp. I don't want to fight him, but I need runes. They won the case by proving by the time it would have left the factory, the rat was dissolved by the liquid.
Speakus Fire said my human comprehension can handle a lot of horror.
Oh, so do you know that China's developed a robot that can gestate a pregnancy? That can go through the full term of a fucking pregnancy? You can have a baby with the fucking robot. Yes, a major news article that came out. Well, yeah, that the robot woman is a different thing. This thing just This thing just takes the child through pregnancy in the robot. We also have literal robot AI girlfriends. This is a big W for guys. Now we don't have to deal with modern women who have been destroyed by feminism in the United States. The woman who will not date you unless you pay all of her bills. They're a good woman. But then there are absolute sleaze skanks. Or the woman who will go out on dates only for a free meal and will order $500 worth of food at an okay restaurant. Not like highest echelons of fanciness. Do it, boy. I thought so. Ain't got shit. Here was that perfume. No more pronouns. Woman with hardwired with mute buttons, bliss. Us men can develop companionship with a car, so why not a robot? Bro, men can develop companionship with a fucking rock. We are incredibly social creatures. Fun fact, 70% of divorce in the US is initiated by women.
Speak Who's Fire said the perfume bottle is in a chest near some perfumers.
Okay. And it's much higher. The divorce rates are massively higher when it's woman-on-woman relationships. When you look at gay couples, they're the most stable. Then there's male-woman couples. There's 70% divorce
Real My
rates
Waifu said carrot the floor is
initiated
also
by
made of
females.
floor.
And then it was like 80-something% of lesbian couples who get married will divorce each other. But you know, guys are the problem, and it's toxic masculinity is evil, so we're gonna be toxic femininity, okay? And only, so when I was going through college, this was an issue like 10 years ago, there were no grants you could get, and most scholarships...
Real My Waifu said this is a test. Sorry for the noise. Carrot 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 carrot.
But anyways, you could not get a grant. I had applied for like 100 grants, couldn't get one. Could not get a scholarship because I was a white guy, and the vast majority of scholarships and grants were being awarded to specifically females and people of color. It has become very hard to get an education or to be functional in the US now because they just deport everybody who isn't a white male substantially more. Can I leave? I'm not trying to be racist here. I'm just saying equal opportunity is what everybody should be striving for. And instead it's turned into, we have to make sure that everybody who isn't a white male gets ahead in life. And then we have to shit on them, call them toxic masculinity. And then say they're racist just because they exist. Otherwise, we'll be wrong. GG's. You said some perfumers, right? I think it was in here, right? Did I already pick it up? No. I didn't even pay attention to what the fuck was in there. I know there was an item. Well, I may have broken that. I just got fucked. To be entirely fair, there's absolutely human toxicity. The problem comes when everything is blamed on one type of person or trait. Exactly. Like, in the US, you can't be racist if you're part of a minority group. Even if you say death to all blank people. If you say death to all anyone, unless they're terrorists, like they are death to terrorists, you know, which is just normal law enforcement and protection and self-defense, then you are asking for genocide. East side of the camp. Okay, so it's over there. Let me get my runes back. Thank you for the guidance. Can you not yeet those stones which hurt? I do not have the DR to deal with those. We're gonna rest at the bonfire first so we don't have somebody chasing me. Then I've got some mimic here who's probably gonna die. Was there another item for summons? I think there was another item for summons. It's not just scattered tree fragments. Oh god, summons are gonna be so much weaker here. So if you guys do a summon redeem, they're not gonna have the scatter tree buff most likely. Or maybe they will because that applies against or across all of your summons. Maybe that'll make summons better here. This is Sacred Spirit Ash. Maybe I need to go further south. Maybe it's like on that ridge. Get to the little. Ah yes, perfumers. It's the Skadoosh fragment equivalent to something. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Bro, I don't think I'm beating Rodon with crowd control without at least Mimic Tier. Maybe the Twin Summon. The Twin Summon might be stronger than Mimic Tier. Gibber. Alright, Fire Sparks. This is fire damage. It's dexterity based. Oh, goody. Can you not? Sir, I'm just pillaging this place. Can you not be a bitch? You see this? Dost thou see? Oh, I just aggroed everybody. Why for art thou a bitch? Let's just sit down before we get like the knight with the Radigan hammer over here. I cannot wait until Night Rain brings DLC. The Elden Ring DLC. So we get all the shadows, the Erdtree weapons and enemies. Okay, I got that one. Let's find the next one. The good part of the perfume bottles, they purely do the element they are. Yep. So you don't have split damage.
Real My Waifu said 4 people apply for a job at NASA. 1 is a white male with 1 basic qualification in physics, 1 is a Mexican male with a diploma in engineering, 1 is a black female with a degree in aerospace, and 1 is a black non-binary aromantic dyslexic autistic person with 0 qualifications, who gets the job.
If it was the last administration, and probably still this current one, it was the last one. It's just the most boxes you could check for diversity. That's how they were doing jobs in a variety of different companies who had GSE scores, which were set up by, it wasn't banks, I think it was hedge funds, who required it as part of a program that they would then invest in those companies. And then they would get that set up, they would sell through a secondary source. And these companies don't know. These companies cannot track everything about who owns their stock. So they'd end up getting stock from this company. They'd sell it, let the company die off because they have these people doing these things, or they would short the company so that as the stock price drops because they'd have people in charge who know nothing about what they're doing. The company would fall into disgrace, and then they'd make a massive amount of profit. This is something that was going on. Companies were actually dying from doing this. It was harming our economy. You even tested it yourself, applying to the same job with 2 CVs. One of them mentions disabilities, etc. The one that does not. The one that did got 5,000% more calls. Yeah. They call that wokeism. Where you gotta cater to as many different disabilities, minority groups, etc. as possible. And everybody who's normal, they can't get the job over the people who would have said disabilities, because otherwise that's just wrong. And then you get people who have no idea what they're doing in charge. It's actually part of the fundamental basis of communism. For you, it got more traction. An autistic person. The autism is actually a reason to pass over somebody. They blame it on social issues during the interview. Yeah, usually. But in your state, GSE is not nearly as prevalent. I know that for a fact. If you go to California, you can... So in California, there was a guy who was on the waiting list to get the job position as a firefighter. He's on there for like, 10 years? He then gets a call, like, I think it was 10 years later. Goes in, has to take a test. He's there. I think she was a lesbian and non-binary person there. He asks how long she waited after going through the process to get the call to come in and do the test. She said, oh yeah, it was like a week or two. It's insane. Problem specifically the interview process. That for you, I understand. Can I even get anywhere aside from the dragon place? You know, fuck it, let's go. I think I gotta go down that hole. We'll route up this way and then go cut across. We're not fighting any big area bosses yet because those suck and they expect you to have like 10 Scadutree levels before you even attempt. Yeah, let's do some chill music. I'm gonna be running around for a bit. Yeah, major problems when you decide to hire people based on checking boxes that are not skills-based. In communism, they do this similarly, and then those people tend to be the most corrupt. They'll put themselves before the job. They'll often not get a lot done. This happens in China, too, where they just go and make arbitrary decisions. Ow. Hello, sir. How the fuck are you back here? How the fuck are you here? Oh my god, I'm pretty sure the first time you can meet him is like way over here. Anyways, what was I saying? In China right now, they have a development issue with Evergrande because they put the wrong person in charge of development of multiple different sectors. And what they do in China is they go, okay, we want to have this much of an increase in production and growth in these areas, marked by asset value analysis. So they will fudge the numbers by spending X amount of money or spending less money to get the same result, which is why you have tons of building collapses in China. They'll go, okay, we will go through this subcontractor that also pays me.
Run, bitch!
Personally.
Run!
We'll go through this subcontractor and have them do the work for half the price because they use shit materials and they don't have any quality at all. So they just go in, slap some shit together, and call it a building. And then we can get growth done much faster, but with incredibly low quality. But they don't care about the quality. They just want to make sure that we got this much percentage growth in these areas, in these cities, as well as in the economy. So if everything's shit, it doesn't matter because it's just there. In reality, you want a strong built infrastructure. There's no enemies. I'll give you your points back on that one. Can you get... Yeah. It was talking old man's voice for 3 minutes. Did I miss a redeem? Did somebody do a redeem? 1 second. Let me get your points back. Fasto and Fasto. I give Wolf his points back, too.
here?
Old man.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you doing there? I'm the Wokers, the communists. They don't care about actually being good shit. They just want to make themselves look good. That's why a lot of them are all paper tigers. They just make themselves look good on paper. And then after that's done, they go, okay, I got my job done. I'm the best communism man. And they didn't really do shit because now everybody's houses that are broken down are breaking down because that sector was mismanaged. And they have to be rebuilt. That's why you see so many building collapses happen in China.
Oh God, fuck damn. Yeah, you'll actually see a ton of building collapses in China because they don't use proper construction materials or processes, and you'll see entire stairwells fall into pieces. Entire apartments will just shatter. And people's lives will be ruined because they paid for this and that's their home. But it's gone over, like, instantly. Because there's a lot of corruption in those countries. And they'll propagandize their people into thinking that that's just how it's supposed to be. Or that this is fine. This is CCP, communist China. This is the only country. Every other one is terrible. And what's really bad is even if they flee, in the case of China, China sends spies to the US in college environments as well as in business environments to monitor people who fled from China. This has been recorded. There are people who will kidnap, Chinese people who will kidnap previous Chinese or current Chinese citizens who live in the US, and they will enforce Chinese law on them in the US, which is super illegal. You're supposed to talk like an old man. Yes, I was, but the impression redeem isn't for 3 minutes. How about this?
Hey, you ripper snapper dragon fuckers, you're supposed to get off my lawn. I know all my rights around these parts. Yeah, get out of here. Oh shit, that's a skeleton that can breathe fire. Get out of here, punk Rincy Adams. This ain't the town you want to live in. I'm gonna get my shot. Oh God, heart attack. Ah, you piece of shit.
Oh. There you go. Only the impression redeem's only supposed to last for like a sentence, Spike. Calm down. Oh yeah, I just am an old man.
Back in my day.
Yeah, don't. So, if you want to have any people who are previous or current Chinese citizens as friends, you cannot talk about global politics then, because then they cannot be around you. That'll be considered treason. Like they will go. Okay, they will. There are reports of this. That this has been happening. They will go to these people with their agents and go, "You need to leave. You need to stop being with this person. You need to get out of this situation. This is treason. If you don't, we're gonna take your family back in mainland China, and we're going to kidnap them and put them in prison for the rest of their life."
Run, bitch!
This actually happens. You have to obey the state. Can I get out of this, please? You fall! Oh, he doesn't stagger. Anyways, you have to obey the state no matter what. The state, the gogs of the state, the speakers of the state would have you believe everything but the evidence shown to you by your eyes and your ears. There's an old saying, what was it? The party would have you believe everything except for the evidence shown by your eyes and your ears. And I believe there was another addition to that. Ignoring everything that happens aside from what the party tells you is real. Hey, Shadow Realm Rune. Donked! Can you leave me alone, sir? I get fucked. Yeah, so communism in a large scale is a cult. Now, small scale communism is cool. That's where just everybody gets together and they're like a community, a small community. And they go, okay, I'll go chop the wood, and Paul will go hunt rabbits. John will go forage some mushrooms. Jeanne will go and get some berries, forage those. And then Silkwester here will cook it. We've all got our designated roles. We all work for each other for the sake of this community, so that we can all eat and survive. It's just proper planning. That means the productions are within the hands of the people. This only works on a small scale, because at some point when you're doing let's say running a factory to produce food for 100,000 people, somebody has to be in charge. At which point, for somebody to be in charge, the means of production can no longer be in the hands of the people. Ugh. They're in the hands of that one individual who operates it all. This fundamental flaw works at every scale of it. You know, like parties, there's too many people and towns are usually depressed. Yeah. No, political parties are usually a scam. They're usually just like, okay, we want this, but we also want all these, we want X, but we also want A through Y. So, if you want X, you're gonna have to support us on A through Y. What is A through Y? I mean, one of them is killing children right after they were born, right after they come out of the womb. One of them is stealing 40% of the money you make. You know, let's make it 50% next year. One of them is giving tax exemptions to people who make more than $400,000 a year. Where did the clowns even get so many brownies in the first place? Oh, God! I forgot there was a magma worm here. Yeah, magma worm! Can I even kill this bastard? Dude, you don't know! I still got hit somehow. Dude, you don't know! Dude, you don't know! I'm just gonna drill though again. See, the real issue in political parties is, on top of that, they don't tell you most of the things they support. So you'll just be like, oh, they like this thing that I find good. And you won't know that they actually want to kill 40% of all people. Or something else crazy. That their policy would directly show if you looked at their policies. So you'll never know unless you pay vivid attention to detail. And you might think, oh, the news is going to tell me exactly what I want. No, the news doesn't give a shit either. In fact, the news are usually paid by political parties just to tell you only what they want you to hear on both sides. So then you'll be like, oh, yeah, I just helped save gay marriage, and suddenly we have massive pollution in the oceans for some reason. Didn't I vote to stop pollution? It's air pollution. Where'd this come from? Oh, you hurt. I hate the jump. Wait, I don't have enough poise to stagger through that? Man, that sword is long. Wait, now it doesn't project. Okay.
Speakus Fire said that sword is a great katana.
Yeah, I just didn't know it had a projectile tag. I also didn't think it had that much poise damage. I'm wearing good armor. Dog, please. Why do you have to be right there? I know you're there because you want to be like, ah, yes, I is friendo. We hang out. But you make it very hard to move at all. Okay. We get side view third now. Yeah, but like I was saying, guys, realistically, you're not going to know everything that you're supporting, no matter what your political movement. And it's very likely you only know 1% of what they say they want, and they're not even going to do that. They just say that so that you go help them. So pay attention. Don't just read a news article's headlines. Read everything about it, and then research why that was in the article. Go watch the full live coverage of news events, so you don't only get a shattered fragment where they cut out all the important details of the opposition. I want your katana, sir. Yib. Flowers, Dragon Man. Flowers. Can't give me this. That guy was worth way too many runes. Projectile only activates on the Ash of War when airborne. You can activate that attack while airborne. Charge the attack to also fire off the aura. So he charged it that one time. Got it. I thought for a moment you were saying you could activate that art whilst in the air. I was like, bruh, this is news to me. Since when has that been a thing? You had me tripping. Let's get some more endurance. I'm probably gonna need it. Look at points into strength.
Arcade.
So 105 and 1,600 runes. Shadow rune. Ah yes, shadow runes somehow have more rune power. Piece of gravestone that is stored to turn into a spirit. Material used for crafting items mainly found in graveside plains. In places where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. The inherent issue with what you're saying is that there's nothing to pay attention to when nothing is ever said openly. There's directly nothing that can be done by 99% of people because we can't afford lobbyists. These same people would rather put our heads on spikes than listen to anything other than our wallets in the first place. There are things you can do. You can do citizen movements. So, effectively what you need to do, and people have done this before, you need to get someone and rally behind them. If you want to change something in that regard, you're going to have somebody that you know that you can believe in run for office. And Brandon Herrera almost won election. He's running again in Texas. He's a gunsmith. He almost beat the incumbent, which is insane. Usually it's really hard to do that, but he got the movement together almost when he's doing it again. Because he thinks he's got a shot at it. And he spent like what was the term? He spent a drop in the hat on his election campaign compared to the incumbent of the position he was trying to get. I think it was governor. I think he was going for governor. He spent like a drop in the hat compared to the amount of money that was spent on that guy. And he almost won. That is insane. The amount of money you put into advertising is huge in an election campaign, which is why it's terrible that tons of people will get absolutely drowned out because the money difference. But we live in a world with social media, as well as crowdfunding. So it is possible. Unfortunately, though, fortunately, with USAID out of the picture, a lot of money that has been siphoned out of our taxpayer dollars to go to election campaigns where we literally spend taxpayer dollars on election campaigns fraudulently now no longer exists because the money laundering scheme is up. Which means we are much more likely to be able to make a turnaround in our communities. A major issue with everything going on right now is that you have to pay a ton of attention to what's going on. You need to, literally, you need to do like an hour and a half of investigative work on modern events. Otherwise, you know jack shit. You just know what you think you know what you've been told. I thought I had more runes. I don't want to use Millennials. Actually, wait. I get Scarlet Aeonia. But I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use this for runes. And that's a level. Let's get some Stramp. Arcane. Stramp. Is that the way I came from, or is that the way I'm going? That is the way I am going! There's some scattered tree fragments to be had. I know there's like 2 over here. Scattered tree fragments. Revered spirit ash. Okay, so we just came out here. We're down here on the map. There's 2 revered spirit ashes in this area below us. We're on like a bridge. Damn it, I gotta get more of these ashes. I've already missed a few. There's one on a peninsula down here. There's one in the mountain. There's one in the dead. And there's 2 revered spirit ashes down below as well. Alright, we better get the map fragment and start running. So, Hollow Knight Silksong is apparently coming out within the next week. Actually, I think it is this week exactly. Literally, what you know is you're waiting to get sent to a fucking concentration camp for being autistic, so anti-vaxxers can run fatal tests on you to certifiably prove that vaccines cause autism using cherry-picked data, because that's literally what the current old cunt in charge wants to do. That's what you've been told he wants to do. See, there's also another thing in the media. They make up random stories. So, there was one, they said that Trump said that Nazis are good people. And they took a cut of him where he said they're very fine people on both sides. And it was like a Charlottesville riots or something. Charlottesville riots. Anyways, very fine people on both sides. They cut that. And then right afterwards he says, except for the Nazis and the neo-Nazis, who I condemn entirely. And they just run with the cut. And it's like, oh, he likes Nazis. Oh, God, he must be evil. You're talking about the worm brain, not the criminal the criminal tangerine. Here's a funny thing. None of the charges stick that they put on Trump either. And there are no charges that's stuck to Joe Biden either. Both sides play this game. They're like,
they're evil. They've done evil things. Look, he's performed mass crimes.
And they can't prove it. Even though I have seen direct evidence that Joe Biden did perform a quid pro quo. So that he could get his son off of a corruption crime in Ukraine. He even admitted to it on recording.
Emotional damage.
Oh, what's going on? Didn't Trump die? No. People made that shit up and ran with it as a story. Man, literally just, like, he doesn't tweet for a week, and then they're like, he's dead. He has to be dead. There's no other excuse. People are mentally ill about this stuff, by the way. This is a nice touch. This shows that in his last moments, he was letting out a breath. And it scorched all that shit. Don't you give me the failure. I don't want anybody to die. Okay. You know what happens if... What would have happened to the last administration if Joe Biden died from, like, any reason that isn't just medical? Like, let's say somebody tried to assassinate him. We would have had a civil war. If somebody successfully assassinated Donald Trump, we would have had a civil war. If you are asking for an assassination of a sitting president in the United States, you are asking for us to kill each other. And if you don't see that, you are insane or not very smart. There's currently a lot of tensions in politics. That's how it would end up going.
Warrior, picture yourself. From the throbbing heart of the old, it would be the beautifulest Satan.
And most of these people have been driven to political tensions based on lies. Joe Biden was literally a shitting president. Yeah. Remember the story where a bunch of people had reported they smelled fecal matter being around him when he visited, I think it was the Pope, or maybe it was France. Drink the narcotic essence. Yes. Drink the blood of the dragons. Now, those claims unsubstantiated, okay? Literal hearsay. People can think that he shit himself. He might have. He's an old dude. But then people are like, oh yeah, let's Let's assassinate. Let's X the president. Oh, obviously that is a good idea. I don't like him. The media told me he said Nazis were fine, even though that was a cutout clip and he condemned them literally in the same sentence. He didn't say they were fine. He just said there were two different factions of protesters, and there were fine people on both of those protesting sides, and that anybody who's a radical of the Nazi origin are condemned entirely. But no, we gotta kill Trump because somebody told us he said something that's not nice, even though that didn't happen. That's what's stupid. When people are like, we must cause a civil war because this person lied to me, so I need to kill that person. That's some stupid, that is like toddler level IQ shit right there. Like, you have to have your brain liquefying and falling out your ears and mouth to go along with that kind of thought process. You know what happens if the US has a civil war? We will have China try to intervene for the side that benefits them most. Canada and China will probably... Canada has already shown that they will bend the knee to China at a moment's notice. Canada will bend the knee to China. China will probably own the US. That or one of their allies. You'd assume his desired death would be because of his pedophilia more than the other reasons at this point. There's literally no pedophilia. This is just people making shit up about him. They're like, he's a pedophile. How? He said his daughter was beautiful once. And said if he was her age and that wasn't his daughter, he would have considered having relations with her. It's just him making a shitty compliment. Epstein? Oh, that one? Yeah, he could have been on the Epstein list. We haven't seen it yet, though. Just like they said that he colluded with Russia to win an election, which didn't happen. And in fact, his opposition party, the one who investigated him, hired a Russian spy to give them evidence that didn't exist that he was colluding with Russia, so they colluded with Russia so that they could say he colluded with Russia. There's constant shitstorms and lies in politics. We haven't seen it because he's on it. We don't know that he's actually on it. All we know is that it's not released for one of three reasons. One, they could have baked evidence to put him on there. Two, he could actually be on there. And three, he could be using it, holding it, as a political cudgel so that he could force people in Congress who are on the list, and then the House who are on the list, to vote in 4 bills that he once put into power, to put into effect. Let's say he wants a law put into place that will ban people from shitting in public. I know it's already a law, but this is for the sake of argument. If 5 people on that list are currently in power in Congress and in the House, that's 5 more votes that he gets for whatever he wants, so long as he keeps that list in. The British allow me to be professional on who's a pedo and who's not. Trump's 100% a nonce. Possibly. If you had to get 70% of active politicians are on it. Wouldn't that make it an amazing tool then to put into effect different laws? At that point, it's like, okay, he might be on there. Sure. But if there are 70% of politicians on there who are currently in power because there's no term limits in the US, and we have a bunch of old fucking, like, shriveled up prunes in power, that gives him enough voting power to get tons of his legislation passed. This is a rerun of the Steele dossier and the Mueller report. You've seen this movie before? The Steele dossier was proven false
That was the one that Hillary Clinton paid for, that then our government hired a Russian spy to make, that had no evidence. That was proven in court. Or not in court. That wasn't proven in court. That was proven before committee. It's literally one of those disinformation campaigns. The flight logs were already shown and his name was on it. Okay. Oh shit, this guy's something real revenant. Here's the issue though, there's tons of people who are on the flight logs for that island. And sadly, just being on the flight logs doesn't give you the ability to put them behind bars, because it doesn't show evidence of any action taken. It just puts them in a negative perspective of the public. There are dozens of fictions together. The Epstein thing sounds like it's a conspiracy theory at this point. It could, look, so it could be where the Epstein thing was fake from the get-go and they just had to put somebody in bars. Like, put them behind bars. We've had people make false testimony. I don't think it is. I think that there was a pedophilia island. That or Epstein had a bunch of dirt on people and they made up a story so that they could get him incarcerated. It could be either, but I think that there were people who got fucked over who were used as child slaves. As is still happening today. It is still happening today. It's just being done by the cartel into the US. Where's the fucking way down? I forgot. There are pictures of people with Bill Cosby too. We will never know how much of any of these conspiracies were true. So, let me put it this way. The Justice Department at the time, and up until this time, was not under control of Donald Trump, even when he was the president. He had a Department of Defense. Sorry, I'm playing the game and trying not to die. He had a Justice Department who was actively trying to put him in prison for things they knew he didn't do. They had an FBI who was still under control of the previous president, who tried to perform a coup on Donald Trump before he even got into power via the Steele dossier. Yes, Donald Trump performed treason on somebody who was trying to become president through the normal election process. Doesn't it help that there's quotes of him saying they have the same taste in women? Ew. Like I said, this is politics. It's constant people lying to you. It's always going to be that way. It's disgusting. You, me, everybody. We might not ever know the truth. That's why we can't take any of these stories at face value, because if we do, then we might as well take all of them. Because all I have to do is say, yes, Donald Trump was a rapist. He raped me when I was a 4-year-old child. And then get that to go into the media's hands, and then suddenly the media runs with it, as they have with every accusation. Even the ones where it was proven. Sorry, even ones where it was proven that to be outside of testing limits, and dozens of years apart, and they could have went to the police with it at any time between then and now. They'll just make up shit. So a lot of his accusers for rape, it was like 20 years ago, and they didn't tell anybody then. They didn't do anything about it then. They only exist suddenly when he's trying to run for president. That sounds like you're getting paid to say this. Say this, you get paid. And now we've got information on this guy, which isn't real, that we can use to destroy him. Doesn't help that there's also quotes. Okay, I just read that message. Is this bird bit? Oh shit, there's a ghost flame? Oh yeah, I remember this. I don't think I killed him before. Personally, you don't know. Shit is never gonna be, you know shit's never gonna be done because too many people in charge don't want shit done. Just something that shouldn't be let fall into obscurity. No, there's action being taken, just not against that type of corruption, sadly. I believe we just recently got a judge who was what was it, a couple months ago, there was a judge who was hiding illegal immigrants from ICE so that they wouldn't be deported, even though they had committed crimes and then come into trial. They let them through a special room not used normally during, what was the specific, there was a specific term for it, but it's not usually used for any reason other than the judge storing documents and staying there while not having a proceeding or a trial. They brought them into the room so they could secret them out of the building without the police knowing. So they literally assisted a criminal who also was a criminal for more than one reason, more than just illegally coming into the country. They assisted them in getting away from ICE. And we finally have them facing legal punishment because of it. There are activist judges who will intentionally quash information and put normal people in prison for normal things that are lawful. We also had one who claimed that Donald Trump, what was it? It claimed that he had lied on business forms, even though the business form said, this is what our estimates were, you should check them out yourself, and then get your own numbers before we go through with this deal. It was literally stated as such. And it was I think it was for a loan. And the bank checked out and went, yeah, it was a little off, but we're still going to go through with the deal. And no parties were hurt, and suddenly they tried to get him on multiple felony counts for misdemeanors. They only upgrade to a felony if there is another underlying crime, which there wasn't. And they charge him with that, and then it doesn't stick. ICE isn't exactly a paragon of morality, considering they're arresting people for people applying for citizenship legally. No, they are not. That is a lie. What they're doing is they're getting people out of the country who have, one, come into the country illegally. And there is a special process for this. Anything that you have to deal with human beings or citizens, you can be held accountable in federal positions if you are at the lowest tier within those areas. This is actually true. I want to see proof then. If you show me real proof that this is happening, then I will agree with you. But what is happening currently, as to my knowledge, based on the evidence I have seen, is they are arresting illegal immigrants, and then not even all illegal immigrants. If there are anybody who are hiding illegal immigrants, they're going after them as well. Their mate moved over to Texas last month and is applying whilst there for permanent residency. So he went there, I assume legally. He's applying whilst there for permanent residency. What happened? I must point out that in the U.S., unless you are a citizen, you can be deported for any reason. He was picked up by ICE coming out of a Walmart, and because a citizen doesn't have a non-citizen doesn't have the same rights as a citizen in the U.S. He's at a detention center right now, not heard anything since. It sounds like he's getting deported. Non-citizens in the U.S. can be deported for almost no reason. It was down that way, actually. And I drop onto the graves. No. Is it this way? I'm more invested in the conversation than what's going on. Wait, this is near the bird section. This is near that Deathrite bird. The strongest Deathrite bird in the game. Let's try to get here and ignore him. They're a way down. That's the path I took before. Okay, Road Dragon. I don't see any graces. This is not the path I took before. But it gets me to the same area. But it does. It does to U.S. citizens born and raised there too. I've not seen any evidence of the case.
You live just down the...
Yeah, you can be detained for any reason, or not any reason. You can be detained by them. It doesn't mean that you're gonna get deported. So the normal police will do this in the U.S. They will see a fight break out between two people. Here, I should watch the interview before I say anything else. I should watch the interview before I cut in. Let me do that. Let me do that. But I will say that normal police will take two people. Let's say they see one person start a fight and the other person fights back. They will grab both and they will detain both of them, even though self-defense is legal. It depends. Let me... I'll look at that later. I'm sure that... Okay, so they might have been given too much leeway. They may have been given too much leeway. Let's assume after watching this, my opinion changes. If they are given too much leeway, because we currently have upwards of... What was it? The last estimate was 20 million illegal immigrants in the U.S. That's a problem. I could agree with that. Was it Alabama that passed a law to have African Americans vote for only 1/4 of a person for states recently, or is it a different state? That is not real. That was not recent. It was like a, what was it, like a 2/5 law? And it was nowhere near recent. Where back in the day, they would use slaves and they'd use slaves for our electoral process. I can't remember if it was counting as a vote or if it was counting for census. Yeah, it was upwards of 20 million illegal immigrants in a country with a population supposedly of 320 million people. Why this matters is the estimation is upwards. That only accounts for what was reported going through the border in a 5-year period when it's been happening for much longer than that. There are tunnels into the country underground built by the cartel to move drugs. They also use it to move people as well. They've been taking these efforts for over a decade. It could be far more than 20 million people. I have seen estimates based on averages, so can't really say that they're truthful, that they could be as many as 80 million people. Let's go with the 20 million estimate, even though it's definitely less than accurate. Because there are certainly more. 20 million people. That is about 7-8%. 20 million people who will vote wholeheartedly
if they can. And since it's easy to get to steal someone's identity, and it's commonly used tactic amongst people who are illegal immigrants, they will vote as an illegal immigrant because they have all the documentation, and you don't need to show documentation to vote in most states. And even if they don't have the documentation, even if they don't steal someone's identity, they are counted in the census. Here's the important thing. Texas is larger than the UK, yeah. Here's the important thing. Even if they don't steal someone's identity and vote in an electoral process, they're still counted for the census, which gives whatever party electoral seats. So, in California, they are a sanctuary state. I say state because a large portion of California is composed of sanctuary cities. These sanctuary cities have a huge uptick in electoral votes because they have a larger population of illegal immigrants that they brought into a state that is, all these sanctuary cities are all Democrat states. They funnel people into the state who will support them wholeheartedly because they're allowing these people in and giving them government benefits. They're giving them tax exemptions because they don't have to do reporting because they aren't going to be detained by normal legal methods, and if they are, the judges, all activists, will let them off the hook. Like I said earlier, activist judges. These people will come in, not pay taxes, get paid to be there. There are programs to give them hotel housing when there is a homeless crisis in California. They would rather pay these people to be there because it gives them electoral seats, which gives them a larger sway in the presidential election. That is election fraud. They are paying tax dollars for the state to do election fraud. That is the only real reason to do it. That and for a cheap labor force for companies, which is super corporatist. Also illegal, but not enforced. This is why it's one reason why the UK is sinking financially right now is everybody wants to close borders. Yeah, so here's the thing. Under the presupposition that ICE is going too far, they're probably allowed to do this because it's so bad. They've probably been given more access and more ability to do things because it's really bad right now. I said 20 million based on estimates. Only within I think that estimate was a 4-year time span. If ICE is doing some things that aren't not good, they're still dealing with, in part, because they're not going to get it all at once, a mass amount of illegal immigration. Yeah, a ton of countries right now are performing mass illegal immigration or allowing mass illegal immigration so that the people in power currently can stay in power. It depends on how their electoral systems work in those countries. I think Australia having a riot too? I think Australia is having riots and protests against the immigration as well. I'd have to look into Australian politics to be sure, but it's a system that the US has been doing for a while. They'll allow illegal immigration because it'll boost, in the US's case, the number of electoral votes that a state gets, which means they can help cheese who gets to be president. And they don't just do this. They'll do this form of election fraud. They'll have activist groups who have questionable, if any, links to the party, who will cheese the vote by changing ballot totals. You'll see there were videos online where people in the 2020 election were just sitting there and be like, Donald Trump, trash bin. Joe Biden puts in the machine. There were tons of... It got to the point that it was so bad that in the last election, there were roving teams of lawyers going to polling centers to county
electoral offices, or not, that's not really the term for it. It was county polling stations for the. That's still not the term. County voting locations for the presidential election. They were going to those areas to make sure everything was being done as they were supposed to. Because after it happened in 2020, there was no legal defense they had. They didn't have much for proof. There was a pipe burst, and they stopped counting, but suddenly they had a 40% uptick in votes for one candidate, and the votes for the other one went down to 2% out of nowhere. There's a lot of evidence of fraud, but none of it's substantiated. One thing ICE is allegedly doing, since you have to word things carefully around you, is they're making judges deny citizenship to people and then arresting them as they leave the courtroom. No. So there was a case that might be happening. I have not seen any evidence of that. But if you are a citizen of the U.S., if you are already a citizen, they can't just take away your citizenship for no reason. People are lying and saying people who aren't a citizen are trying to become a citizen while already here, and they're revoking the citizenship somehow so that they can get rid of them. That is a lie. If you are not a citizen here, you can be deported. It's as simple as that. You don't have the same level of due process, especially if you are an illegal immigrant. If you are an illegal immigrant, they can just straight up say, you came here illegally. You shouldn't even be in here. You're gone. There are people who are going out of their way to make lies about how things are working. Now, I have not heard anything about your claim right there. I could not straight up say that it is happening or that it is not. I do know that ICE has been given a lot of power lately. They used to have literally no ability to enforce immigration laws under the last president. We looked up the block cameras yet. I've not looked up any form of camera yet. You meant for the stream? If you're a citizen here, you can be deported if you look brown. That is wrong. One thing they've done is there are people who are citizens here who are, let's say, Mexican, because this is mostly who they are, who will hide somebody who is an illegal immigrant, and because they hid somebody, they end up getting charged. I know specifically the talking point you're bringing up, and I've seen several cases of this happening, and in that case, they go, oh yeah, we need to take this guy in too, because he was aiding and abetting a criminal. And through a process, I believe you can lose U.S. citizenship. Block cameras, it's the government new spying cameras that track your shopping habits, car whereabouts. Bro, you did not need those. I don't remember watching it, I'm sorry. I might not have watched that one. But you don't need those. We already have a huge spy network. Effectively, it's to the point where using tracking data, your cookies for your online activities, your phones, the government can plot out what you do on a daily basis. And now that there's generative AI, they could probably do it much better. It was to the point where I used to work at a Tractor Supply. One of the things they sold is fertilizer. I have seen federal investigators, I'm assuming people from the FBI, come in and ask about a specific customer because he was buying fertilizer, and that can be used to make bombs. It's also a third-party company who doesn't mind when they sell who they sell data to. Oof. At this point, assume that unless you are walking on your own with no devices on your person, that nothing you do is private. Because I am entirely for enforcing immigration. Overreach in that category, I'd be disappointed if there was any. But I know there are a lot of people who are making up stories and lying about the details so they can say there's overreach. I'm not saying that there is none. I'm saying there are a lot of people who are making things up. Just so that they can say,
This, they're doing evil. We need to kill all the ice.
Fun fact, those same people who do these things, stage, I was trying to get up that and land on it. Stage, I believe this is outside of an ICE office, where they shot fireworks at the office until people were forced to flee, and then fired on ICE agents. This is a story, I believe it was, a month ago? They call it diversity of tactics. What they do is, one person will lie, another person will protest, and then a third person will get violent. The lie gives reason for the protest to exist. The protest ends up being a good shield for these people who then do violent acts. The people who do the violent acts will end up being all in about the same garb. They'll do something, then they will flee. Cops will then find one person who's in that garb, who may or may not have been the one who did the act, but because it is questionable and there is no proof that they were the one who did it, they get let off the hook. Take a look. You won't press me for an opinion on it since you haven't had the chance to form one yet. I don't think government surveillance is inherently good. I do not, even though I know for a fact that it stops a lot of issues. Oh, sharp gravelstone. Government surveillance has helped stop a lot of issues and crimes, but it's also helped cause them. I have no doubt. What I mean by that is we used to have it where the FBI and other agencies could goad somebody into performing a crime, and after they goad them into performing said crime, that person gets ready, gets paid by some agents so that they have funding so that they then start to perform the crime as they're getting ready to, as it is then provable that they are trying to perform this action. They are then arrested. They are then arrested because the government convinced them to perform a crime. It is a common act. We were in the red flower section. That's entrapment. Yeah, the government doesn't care. Let me put it this way. You cannot sue the federal government. You can try, but you will not really get anything out of it. You can sue to get yourself out of prison for wrongful action during an investigation, but it's not really going to do much for you. The federal government does not have to apply by the same standards that the normal police force would apply for. Last I checked, you can't even sue the federal government for money in the United States. At best, you're going to get something overturned. You might get a law, not a law, but a policy change, or you might get something overturned. Now, here's where it's different. Individuals who work for the federal government, depending on their position and if they have qualified immunity, those you can sue. But is there really much to get out of them? Well, the ones who would be doing this kind of investigating and arresting do have qualified immunity. So no. No, there isn't. Qualified immunity has potentially been reduced in that the Supreme Court ruled that there can't be blanket immunity. Yeah, that's a good thing. There needs to be a level of qualified immunity. Of that much I am sure. But you cannot have people who blatantly break the law in order to screw over others or perform acts in the line of duty that should not happen. Just so that they can nab that criminal. Oh, you know, I was in the line of duty, so I slammed into that sedan who just so happened to have Paul, my next door neighbor, who I absolutely hated in it. So I T-boned him in order to stop the criminal from being able to drive down that road. No. No. That wouldn't hold up in court. Like that should not be allowed. And I'm sure in that specific case that was a really gross dramatization. But in that specific case, I would be so butthurt if that individual officer got away without a charge. Immunity shouldn't exist. No, there is a level of it that's needed. Far less than what we currently have. So, for example, when a cop hears a report of a crime happening in the city, and they are 5 miles away, they should have qualified immunity to be able to turn on their lights and speed there. There's another term for it. It's action-based duty. Their lights will make it so all of the lights on the way there will be green for them. And it'll cut off traffic flow crosswise so they can get there fast. That, so that they can get there to the scene of the crime, definitely needs to be present. To use video game terms, the compromise should be qualified resistance instead of qualified immunity. Yes, I agree. No. Qualified resistance. Let's go with that. Qualified resistance. Qualified resistance. And then there should be several items that cannot be waived within that category. I think there's a scatter tray fragment like up there. There's two. There's one like there-ish. Maybe like there-ish. Let's go. We're gonna ignore the death right bird because those suck. I think I remember these guys sniping me before. Let's just hook to the left. But power corrupts absolutely. Even if it's just somebody who's a federal agent, they should not have immunity. Maybe a resistance based on the actions of their duty. Like, they can't just go up and shoot someone. Be like, oh, he had a gun. There shouldn't be immunity for bugging up and swatting the run house because the GPS fucked up. Yeah, no. Well, I forgot how far that goes. I used my attack at the wrong time. Use it. Oh, God, he got it fast. Yeah, this art is pretty slow, but it does got good amount of damage. I've also got a full build for it, which is more why I've been using it. For the DLC, it's not going to work, which is why I need to get a new weapon. But I can deal with that after I've gotten what I can with this. Because this is a good stepping stone into what I need to get done in this run. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you die before the attack completes, and I didn't! Yippee! We've gotten this one. I'll just make sure where that one is. Give me human sheep. It's in the lower elevation. I have to go. I have to go to the low ground. Alright, I got this. We'll go this way. We got a fragment. That's good.
Talking long term? Oh no, I agree. Look, I am using this now since it deals a lot of damage. Kill who I can. Because I know there are a lot of armored heavy boys who I can take on, who will absolutely dog on me the moment I pull that attack. Like the one jail knight, or whatever his name was, with the Moonlight Greatsword look-alike. That guy was built to destroy this weapon. You're saying that it's a certified Unga Bunga, a designated spell goes burr. No, I agree. Look, I gotta collect other things first. I don't have something that's better to use, and not yet. Unless I wanted to use Rivers of Blood. But we're not gonna fall to that point. Okay. I'm not that low. What was I talking about earlier? If ICE is doing overreach, they should be held accountable. The people who enforced it at those levels, the people who maybe it was like a supervisor who said, "Oh yeah, you can do this. This is with policy. This is in line with policy," and that is a blatant lie. They should get charged. I do not want government overreach. We had government overreach. Government overreach also selectively decided to not enforce crime, which caused a bunch of issues. The UK is currently dealing with similar issues, where they allowed a bunch of illegal immigrants. There are massive riots and protests about it, because normal citizens can't defend themselves against some of these people who consider part of their culture to perform the forced on another person. There was a girl who was apprehended by police because she pulled out a machete and an axe to defend herself and I believe it was her sister against 3 migrants, like illegal immigrants. Actually, I don't know if they were illegal immigrants in that case. They could have been allowed through normal process, but sped up, as they just didn't. I guess it wouldn't be normal, but through an enhanced, more sped up process of gaining entrance to the country via. Via asylum claim. I shouldn't be plainclothes officer if they're currently the 2nd or 3rd most funded law enforcement in the world. No. There is a reason behind this. It's sad. It's sad that it has to happen. I disagree with it from the same fundamental viewpoint as you do. But we have overwhelmingly in the U.S., the left wing of politics hates ICE because they get rid of illegal immigrants as well. Like I said earlier, there were ICE agents being shot at because they were ICE agents, not because of what they were doing, but just because they were ICE agents. They were getting shot at simply because of what they were doing to get rid of illegal immigration at that moment, without it being against the law at all, just their normal job duties, because they have been demonized by part of our government and by our media. That is the entire reason that they are allowed to be in plain clothes. And I might point out, they're allowed to be fully covered up, faces covered, face masks, no badges that discern their name. Plain clothes police officers exist. There are police who are in normal clothing all the time on duty. That has already been a thing since well before ICE. It's existed well before ICE. I don't like it, but ICE didn't start this. And if anything, both have a reason to be in a state of visual appearance that makes it so that people don't just associate them with their agencies, with the police department or with ICE. ICE have been shot at in political violence. Police get shot at by different gangs. Entirely functional reason for them to do. Hell, there are federal agencies. I know people who work in federal agencies who are told to cover up and not show their uniform unless they are at a specific job designated location because they will get attacked. Especially now because there is a different administrator because President Trump put somebody else in charge. It's political violence against the federal government. Let me rephrase it. You need to have actual identification like police do when they're undercover, just having trust me bro argument. I've heard no proof of that being the case. I will say, though, it is implied that that happens. I will agree with you, since it's implied that it happens, since they could just come in, say they're ICE, and have all of this on, like the face mask and the vest. They should have and be asked to show evidence to normal citizens. I don't know for sure if they are required to. If they are not, they should. I have to assume, as most federal agents do, they have to show proof that they are part of that agency. As far as I'm aware, every agency you have to show proof that you are a part of that agency for your job duties. Even as simple as showing that this is your badge for identification to get into the office with your name on it, correlates with, it also has your face on it, correlates with your ID for this location. Just to get in to that location to do your job at that office. FBI also have to show theirs, yay. Let's see. ICE does have official badges, as well as credentials. All ICE law enforcement officers carry badges and credentials and will identify themselves when required for public safety or legal necessity. As far as you're aware, ICE doesn't have the requirement, and there have been people allegedly impersonating them and kidnapping them. Okay, so they do. On top of that, under exigent circumstances, let's say there are 14 people in a building that you just entered legally. ICE officers often use unmarked cars and wear plainclothes or vests that say police. They do not reveal themselves that they are ICE until after they arrest somebody. Yeah, that's a common practice. Even police do that. Police will use normal cars in the U.S. across all the states. Use normal cars. Will not be in police uniform while on duty and do that. ICE are effectively just police run federally who enforce immigration. The problem is people who will politically attack ICE have now caused them to require masks and using policy, brought in policy, which allows them broader action. So you could lawfully resist them, as they have not identified themselves as a federal agent at the time. You could, but they also are required to show you their identification, which they have. So if you ask for proof of identification, assuming you're not doing something illegal, harboring known illegal aliens, or they're not in the room at that time, you could ask for it and they have to prove that they are ICE.
We also had a problem, there was a similar problem where police would be impersonated. People impersonate police officers and carjack individuals. They just put on a police uniform and do a spray paint over their car, or not even do that last part. And they'd have another person, and then they'd stop, so they'd pull somebody over with a siren. After they get pulled over, they'd have them come out of the car. They'd say, just put your keys on the dash. Another person would come over, grab their keys, start the car, and bolt. In these cases, it's just a lacking of policy. Not even of policy. It'd be a lacking that they can't control that. Problem is the whole police can lie to get an arrest thing on top of that. Oh yeah, police can do that shit too. That's no different in any of the states. A police officer almost always starts with a leading question at a traffic stop. So when you get pulled over in the U.S., the police will come over and go, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" First off, if you answer what they want, you're admitting to guilt. And they have body cameras, so you're admitting to guilt. And they can use that in court. Second off, if you answer something they didn't say, they can go, "Oh yeah, and you did this." And you admitted to guilt, and they have you on something else. So, let's say, are these guys gonna kill me? Do they even have a tax? Maybe. I don't like the brain sludge. They'll come in. Let's say you get pulled over. Let's say you were going 6 over the speed limit. 6. Cop comes over. "You know why I pulled you over?" "Yeah, I was speeding." And then they look in the car and they go, "Oh yeah, you also have a weapon in there, and this is New York City, and you are not allowed to have knives publicly in New York City. So, you're under arrest for possession of a weapon and for speeding. And now, because I have the ability to search part of your car, because it is visible from the outside of the car, they don't need a warrant under said circumstances. And they, under certain circumstances, they are given free access to search your car. Let's say you were arrested for, I don't know the exact cause, because I don't have a law degree, and I haven't studied the law thoroughly. You've only ever been pulled over once, and you nearly shit your pants because you legitimately don't know why you were. You might have just been pulled over, and they were going to say it's a routine traffic stop or pull some bullshit because they wanted to beef up their numbers, because sadly, our prisons, our jail, our prison system, I should say, our prison system has been capitalized, capitalismized. There we go. That's the right word. Not a real word. To where they are required to have a certain number of inmates. If they don't get those number of inmates to keep, then they get paid by the federal government so that they can have upkeep costs met, so that they make money even when they do nothing. So in some districts, usually in big cities, most large cities are ran by one political party overwhelmingly, because the population density means that their efforts in grassroots voting bans, in grassroots voting, a voter acquirement, there we go, in grassroots voter acquirement, are much better in a population dense area. And many of the rules, laws in those cities, these big cities, end up being reflected in that. So, a lot of guns are illegal in general, but all guns are illegal in New York, California. There are more cities. It doesn't matter. Those states in particular are under Democrat control. They've made those illegal. But if you live in the middle of the mountains in Colorado, you might want to have a gun because there are bears there. And bears can fuck up a man who has a knife. They can fuck up 6 men who have knives. The problem is, when the state ends up giving gun control laws, making them blanket across the state,
when these individual areas in the state, which aren't so well defended against, let's say, wild animals or crime, end up suffering because of that. There's a problem where your car was broken for a while and you didn't realize your plate had expired. Yeah, and if you said that you sped, then he was going to charge you for speeding. Unless it was a nice cop. You don't get a lot of those in big cities. They're usually, I get to what I'm doing, get it done, and then leave. Oh shit, there might actually be a scattered crew fragment up here. I think they can appear up those. You don't speed because you have severe driving anxiety. I agree, it's, driving is rough. Most people are like, driving's easy. You don't understand. It might be easy. But there are people who are stupid on the road, who drive 20 over the speed limit in miles per hour, so that's 2.3 times as much of a change if you're not using freedom units. That'll go 20 miles an hour on the interstate, like 20 miles an hour over on the interstate, roughly 46 kilometers an hour over on the interstate, while it's in torrential downpour and you cannot see more than 20 feet away from you. One time you heard of a guy who tried robbing a bank and everyone in the bank pulled a gun when he tried to stop. Yes, that is... See, a lot of people don't like guns because the inherent idea that they cause violence, which they don't cause violence, it's the people. It's usually a cultural problem. At different stages in the U.S., having a gun was considered normalized. It didn't have violence. It's more cultural issues or greed, and greed given the time, like, let's say back in the Old West, where there were a lot of people, outlaws, who would do what they wanted and wanted a large amount of money, ran posses to steal, etc. That ended up making this a problem. I wouldn't say guns are stupid. Let me get to the point. The CDC did a study in the U.S. I believe it was post 2020. Defensive uses of guns saved between 500,000 and 2 million lives. People whose lives were stolen from use of guns were far, far fewer than that number. It's putting easy death in the hands of idiots who can't even drive in a straight line, so all the roads gotta be stupidly wide. You heard one insane thing, you have no idea the validity of it. It's happened. There was also, I think it was a diner in Texas. A guy tried to do some crime, and like 3 people pulled out a gun, and he did not get anything done. He didn't even have a chance to act. Guns are stupid, we should go back to melee weapons. Look, I'd be fine with that if everybody did it, okay? Because I would be at a massive advantage. There is the possibility that there is other life in the universe, though I doubt that we will ever be in contact with them unless they have somehow technology so advanced that they can teleport to a place that they don't have any existing infrastructure. You said exclusively globally. But that's not going to happen. We've already opened the threshold of weaponry, okay? Yeah, well, gun drones. It's almost like somebody could hack those, depending on the software you use in order to control them. Or you could just, I don't know, have one of the students take it while not in use, and then pull apart one of its panels for protection purposes and go, oh, this board component here looks like it goes to the mechanism which fires this gun. Let me apply electricity there, and then suddenly it fired. Well, Timmy gonna be sorry he called Chad a Tilby. Now, let me get to my point from earlier. We have a cultural issue. Most people in the U.S. who perform mass shootings are mentally ill. 1 second. Now, I have no problem if somebody's trans at all. You can be trans, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But the vast majority of the mass shootings
in the US have happened by people who are trans or gender fluid within the last couple of years. The Denver shooter, Aberdeen shooter, Nashville shooter, Georgia shooter, Philadelphia shooter, the Iowa shooter was gender fluid. The Colorado shooter, the Minnesota shooter, all of them except for the Iowa shooter, they were trans. Okay? The ideology behind going transgender is taught in schools in California when people are in kindergarten. I have no problem if somebody wants to be trans, okay? But I don't think it is something that you should teach to someone as a young child before they've gone through puberty, when they have a shitload of hormones going on that will already make them mentally unstable. Fuck is a transgender? Transgender? Where somebody either just states that they are the opposite gender or states they are and goes through different processes, wears different clothes in order to appear more like one, goes through entirely cosmetic surgery, which gets rid of their genitalia and replaces it with something similar to that of the opposite gender, etc. I have no problem with somebody being transgender. They can do whatever they want. But in the case of the last major shooter, I think it was Denver. Was that the Denver shooter? Anyways, they had a manifesto, and they had straight up said that they were brainwashed, and that they wished they didn't brainwash themselves into this, and that they regretted being transgender. They were on so when you're transgender and they put you on hormones after you have a surgery, or even before then, that shit messes with you. That gives you a chemical imbalance in the brain. Things like that can cause you to perform violent acts for no reason. We have not had any studies on mental health state on people under these. That should have been done. These kind of studies should have been done before this was a normalized surgery or a normalized process to give people hormones even before surgery. Regardless, it wasn't. We have people who are on drugs, quite literally, on chemical hormones, who are mentally unstable. The people who are post-surgery have a suicide rate of 40% from what I had seen. Maybe it was 10. It was 10 times, or was it 40%? Let's Google this. Just for anyone wanting their individuality, but there's a point where it takes a piss, or rather takes a pisser. I just don't like that these people are ending up becoming suicidal. Trans suicide rate post treatment or post surgery. Post surgery. Yay. More than 40% of transgender adults in the U.S. have attempted suicide. 42% have attempted it, and 56% have engaged in non-suicidal self-injury over their lifetimes. That is insane. That is insanity. What happens if you're trans post-op with dementia? Do you just wake up one day and go, "Where's my cock?" Well, I had read that there was a lot of these people who end up going through trans surgery end up having to use a cane because it ruins a part of your internals down here. I think it's part of your UTI. And that pretty much rots and becomes a non-functional. So they end up using a cane. These people are literally damaging themselves because they want to do something that is entirely, I cannot stress this enough, none of that down there works. This is entirely decorative. Now, they can do it if they want, whatever. They're teaching kids to do this. And these kids are performing school shootings. The last one shot up a Catholic school. That's insane. And they did it because those people were
not in line with the transgender ideology. It is cult activity, and this is supported specifically from a specific party. The same party, the same political aisle on the left, in the U.S. and the UK and a variety of other countries. And it's crazy. Like I said, these guys, they do whatever they want. You can be transgender. I don't care. Just don't teach it to Timmy, my cousin. It's against his parents' will when he's 6. And we're good. You're tired? Get some sleep. If you teach it to Timmy when he's 6, and then because it's a cultural thing in that school from the cliques who've been taught it, they get indoctrinated, and then eventually they go shoot up a Catholic school. That's fucked up and shouldn't happen. And what's really bad is afterwards, these people, these supporters of this movement, will go, we need to honor the wishes of the shooter. But the people who got shot, they were asking for it. I've seen so many people say that those kids should have been shot. The kids in these schools. That it is insane. It is legitimately baffling how people can just decentralize logic. Okay, there's not one there. There's one here, though. I missed the point. It is baffling that you can misconstrue logic. And you can jump to conclusions. And then you can just hate people based on modern events where they were the victim. And that only happens in a cult. If you believe that people who are Catholic should be shot just because they're Catholic, you are in a cult. You need help. I want everyone in the world to have a great life. I don't want people to be violent with each other just for shits and giggles. Like if they want to box as a sport, that's one thing. If they want to just, I'm gonna shoot up a church, or I'm gonna shoot up a school, or I'm gonna shoot up a fucking Wendy's, that shouldn't be happening. You need to look at the cause behind these things. If we see that there is a bunch of aggression in people who are drugged, who are transgender, there need to be studies done if it was because of the drugs, or if it's just that this ideology is causing people to be batshit insane. I think it was the drugs, and I also think they were radicalized because they are a part of a political group, and they're attacking Catholics who, in that case, the Christians in this case, make up a large majority of the right-wing voter base. You're saying this is neutrally impossible. It's impossible to know every mental stimuli to affect an individual's mind, but the society we live in at large directly dehumanizes people to some degree. Yeah. Like I said, we should definitely study why there's a 42% suicide. Was it 43? Let me double check. 42% suicide rate in transgender adults. And there's a 56% self-inflicted injury rate. And this is post-operation. We should look into that. Even like, I'm not saying to stop people from becoming transgender. I'm saying because if that's the case right now, then either they're having regrets or something is happening in the surgery or with the drugs that are causing people to go, and that's not right. I don't want people dying. Nobody should want people to die. Anybody who's like, that person should die just because they don't agree with me, they're in a cult. That comes true with almost every facet of life. If somebody has that point of view,
They don't agree with me. They're in a cult.
I walked by this. That is not right. But you need to look at the evidence and find the problem when there is one instead of ignoring it. Because then people die. And if people die, some people got shot by people who were obviously mentally ill. Because you don't just normally go out of nowhere and start shooting people. And they all had this one trait, which put them into the same category. I'm not saying you need to cut one open and look at their brain. I'm just saying run some studies. Don't make the results. Make it visible for everyone to see. Instead of saying that you've done research on this, which there have been pretty much, there's been next to no research on pumping somebody full of hormones from the opposite sex, aside from that it lowers findings in bone density and muscle mass, and that putting estrogen in a male will lower their bone density and their muscle mass. And I believe it was the same for putting adrenaline in a woman, like maybe not adrenaline, testosterone. There we go. You don't just make it. You don't just give people mercury to kill their illness and then go, okay, but it killed you, but we still killed the illness, so we're going to use this as the common treatment. Like, if there is a way for somebody to be transgender and not have the suicide rate or these like mental illnesses, these issues, then I say go for it, as long as it doesn't harm other people. Like, you don't have to chop off the head of a baby and feed it to somebody to go, yes, now they are truly the opposite sex. No, just fucking figure out how to do it without killing people, and then make that normal amongst those groups. As someone that the only reason you didn't end yourself literally in July after you turned 30 is because you beat your depression last year, the decision to make the choice can be really fucking complicated. 100%. People do exist. Yeah, people do exist. No, nobody, literally nobody has ever said that is a lie. I'm sure there's somebody out there. The vast majority of people who don't like others being trans don't go out of their way to say you don't exist. Because usually I think that you might be confused because it's become a fad to some people. I know a lot of people on the right wing, and there are a lot of people I know on the left wing. The vast majority of them go, being trans is fine, as long as you don't go and say, yes, now I'm going to make 3 other kids trans because it's so cool. You can be trans, we don't care. It's fine. There's a trans person living here called Rachel. She's never pushed an ideology on someone else, and she's accepted for who she is. Great. I'm happy for her. As long as she's not suicidal or, like, as long as she doesn't have a 42% suicide rate to deal with or mental illness, I am happy for her. I know there are people out there like that, and I'm happy for them. The vast majority of people across all the political spectrums and most religions doing this as well. This is a great video for the topic, though. It's been in recent news. God damn it.
Software underbelly.
Yeah, there are. So in California, and specifically, there are a lot of people who will tell their kids they're trans before their kids can talk. Like, when they're out of the womb, they're like, he's a boy, but I know he's a girl. There are court cases going on because parents have been taken away from their children because their partner ended up stating that their kid has to be trans, and that's gender-affirming care. So we got to take the other parent who isn't just labeling the kid something randomly away from them. Do you have any idea how much it pissed me off for the world to get actively worse in every way after you beat depression? See, we all went through some slumps in life, and I think the only way we can move forward is to make the world a better place. Like, if you want to be trans, cool, do it, whatever. Don't tell Paul, who's 7, that he's got to be trans. It's cool. Just be like, yeah, I do this. You should look into it if you think it's right for you, but otherwise just leave it there. Literally says to him, don't be a boy, bruh. Yeah, don't. And what's worse is there are people who see these things that are happening, like these new fads and things like that. Do transgender people have a higher chance to be a school shooter? Based on statistics, sadly, yes. Just because in the U.S. No, I mean the last several shooters were, but I don't think. Calm down, Mike. Calm down for a second. I had it in here because I noticed this. It was the Denver one. We had in the last 2 years we had multiple school shootings. They were the notable ones. They were trans. Denver, Aberdeen, Nashville, Georgia, Philadelphia. In Iowa, they were gender fluid. Colorado, Minnesota. You deleted that message for the wave of hate crossing the USA with the news poll. Okay. But I think that this is a mental issue, and that this might be caused by just shoving people full of hormones. That's what it seems to be. You're 90% sure you're not trans. The remaining 10% is paranoia. Yes, it does not equal causation. But I'm saying this is enough where we should run a study because we want to solve any issues of mental illness that exist. Because all those people who shot up a school or another location, either mentally ill or cultural degenerates. It's like saying being black, being black does not make you more likely to commit a crime. Living in a place, no, not even living in a place, living in a family where they have a bad culture, where they don't impress upon you the fact that you need to work hard in life, the fact of morals on you, where you shouldn't just shoot somebody, where it is morally wrong to do so, stuff like that will make you more likely to commit a crime. If you are in any race, that's what makes up your genetic composition, and you go, okay, I'm gonna shoot up that place. Chances are, you were raised in a terrible environment, one. Your parents didn't teach you good morals, two. And this one is regardless. 3 might be you're either born a psychopath or you broke mentally and became one. Poverty doesn't help. It doesn't. But with violent crime, the statistics are more in line with not having a father or not having like a good father. I'm not saying like every father figure out there is the pinnacle of cultural feasance. You have to have somebody who teaches you right. In a familial relationship, most of the time, a mother and a father, the father will be strict, but they will end up teaching you culture, teaching you morals, and the mother will try to get you the care, the love that you want and need. I think people pretend to be transgender because they're psychopaths. I don't think because they're a psychopath that's not the meaning of psychopath. They might think that they are transgender because they have a misconception or because there's something that is not the same as the average person of theirs in their mind. So are their parents. Yes. So in the US, there are a lot of reasons behind the crime statistics. A large majority of the people who perform violent crimes are African American because there are laws in place that favor them being in a non-morally appropriate familial lineup. What I mean is, they will favor people divorcing. Calm down. They will favor people divorcing each other and favor the woman in divorce courts and give them the child. And this will end up where a woman will end up with half or more of somebody's belongings and money. So then there will be females who will marry somebody to steal their money, and they'll have kids to sink it in, and then they get child support from the kids. And then you have a mother who doesn't give a shit. You'll have a mother who doesn't give a shit, who's in charge of teaching a kid morals. One who has questionable morals to begin with. That kid is probably going to have questionable morals. We also have this with welfare. There's a lot of people who, up until recently, I will say Donald Trump did this fairly well, would live off of welfare and to have to do nothing and be completely able-bodied to work. I'm not saying we make enough money to live off of most jobs in the U.S. off a 40-hour work week. I'm saying there are people who would end up making $10K a month in benefits and also sell off a portion of those benefits, food stamps, etc., to somebody for more money, and they wouldn't work or do anything. That was cut off during the Trump administration. Thank God. But the welfare laws that put that into place would often end up getting people with really no morals in a position where they could have kids and make money from it, where you get money based on the number of kids you had. Then we would have more kids who exist who weren't taught morals by people who just took money from the government just to have money, who then have kids with no morals, who then grow up and perform crimes. Regime gender change. Wait, do we have pecs? Oh no, but we have abs. That's good. You don't know if you're a psychopath or you have alexithymia, since alexithymia is a symptom of autism. I don't know what that one is, but I am fairly certain you are not a psychopath because I've seen you emit emotion of the empathetical level. I have seen you do it. So I would not say you're a psychopath. Just because someone's trans does not make them a school shooter. The same with any racial group and most stigmatisms. Like I said, in the US, we have a lot of laws which promote cultural degeneracy in different groups. And because that cultural degeneracy exists, and they are paid to have kids, literally through different methods of welfare, we end up with more people in a specific category who end up performing crimes because they were raised without morals, because their parents didn't have morals, and they were paid to make more kids. Yay, guns because personal reasons. You'd be a slasher villain instead. Yeah. Usually, there is a reason behind something, and it's not always just the first thing. Like, I am entirely behind gun laws. Does that mean that I want to shoot someone? No. There are wild animals in my area. Hell, there was a badger around here a few years back that we had to deal with, and this thing was pretty big. It's a fucking badger. That thing could have mauled up a kid pretty well. You would want that to deal with a badger or with a rabid animal, because then you don't have to get up close, and there's less chance of them biting you, getting infected, getting rabies, etc. God also does not make someone a school shooter. Exactly. Games don't cause violence. And if anything, they're an outlet. Like, if somebody's really pissed at life or having a sad day, it helps them, like, deal with it. If anything, those games are helping people who deal with emotions that they have no other outlet for, and might have stopped people from becoming shooters. Now, some of those games might give them know-how about how certain weapons work, but that does not mean that caused them to shoot up places. Lag does, in fact, make people angry. Calm down. Okay. Let's warp north. I think I already got the scatter tree fragments I needed. amidst all the talks. I need to get lower. Wait. Shit, I know how to get lower, maybe. We'll go to the other warp. Oh, it gets wild here sometimes. Oh, we talk about all sorts of shit. I hate politics, but I will talk about politics. Most of politics is people lying to you on every side. We'll just state that now. There's a chance that there's a psychopath in the first place. Yeah, there's a chance they just started as one. So somebody could be a psychopath, and let's say you were saying earlier, let's say for the sake of argument, because you were saying earlier, are there a higher chance of them being a psychopath? They're trans. Let's say they're a psychopath and they know they're a psychopath and they want to fit in, and there's a fad going on around being trans. They go trans just so they fit in, so that nobody realizes that they're fucked in the head. Or like this applies to a variety of different things. It doesn't mean that they all people are trans people, or that there's a higher level of them that are psychopaths. There's just a variety of reasons for various things to happen in real life. Usually, there's 1 to 5 reasons for every major shift in a group of people in a country. Your business is a psychopath. That's just because she's a Yeah, they do be a bit crazy sometimes. Alright, let's warp. I need to figure out how to go down this way, and then down to the bank, and in here, because there's another item I need there. Maybe they just want to go in the women's bathroom. So, I'm sure there are some people like that who just say that they're trans so they can do that. Those people are giving the rest a bad rep. You told me you'd have to buy this being that bleeds every month multiple times. You'd be thinking of an alien. Probably. But yes, regardless of what topic we're talking about, my usual stance is that 1, people need to be alive. 2, and this rule breaks rule 1, if you are about to not be alive, you can defend yourself. And this includes long-term preparative planning, so long as it does not destroy someone's rights. Oh, man, my headset's stuck under my chair. And 3, that the federal government should not be given power. And if they have it in the first place in your country, they should be lowered. Their purpose is to make citizens able to live. So you need to be alive to be a school shooter, makes sense. Does that mean that people who are alive are school shooters? That's what the media would say. On both sides. They'd make up some stupid shit like that. That is not the way I want to go. Wait, that's Grace. We go to the right. There's probably a drop-off over here. I bet you I have to go here and drop there. Or go up here and go there. It's that one. I bet it's that one. But yeah. Generally speaking, as long as you are not advocating for murder, like, let's say Hassan, for no reason or little reason, I'm open to hearing opinions around here, and we will talk about them. Remind me again, how old am I? I'm 28. I also encourage you not to support Hassan, because he straight up goes, oh yeah, Ethan Klein's wife was in a protest, so, because the protest was not something I personally support, you are morally and legally allowed to kill Ethan Klein's wife.
Something he did say. Okay, we're underneath. This is a full cavern. We're going that way. This might have another shadow pot guy. This bike is ancient, confirmed. He's one of the old ones. Thanks. Alright, so there's an item like right over here at the current church. I think you've changed. I think you've matured. I wouldn't count yourself out. Maybe your interests haven't really changed too much. He still wants dolphin attack soldiers. Matured likable. You shut up. Here, I was thinking I could climb up this. I might still be able to. Third is good. Third is a bird. My Elden Ring Night Rain plays have probably told you that much. Oh god, no! Okay. Realistically...
Real my waifu said there is a bird. A flightless one.
Damn right. Always flightless. We'll go this way, then we'll just go around. At least you're immune to nostalgia. You're just like, yes, I must continue. I might be able to get down there through that path. It'll be faster to jump there. Maybe. You still play PS2 games? I have a PS2. I should just load it up on stream one day and use a crappy old interface mod in. Just a crappy interface mod. So I plug the cord into the mod and then a USB cord to my PC, kind of like an Elgato. Just so that we can play it and everybody can watch it on stream. I mean, I already have, but I'd have to do specific games. Like Dark Cloud. Bro, imagine Third playing Dark Cloud again. Couldn't be me. You know, people with autism are less likely to be school shooters. Did you know school shooters are less likely to die from alcohol overdose? That means that school shooters aren't alcoholics. Dude, this VOD is totally getting banned off of at least YouTube. 100%. VOD is cooked. Doesn't matter. As long as we all had a good time. Dude, this stream could get banned off of all platforms. I could be ruined from everywhere. And I would still think it was worth it. I still would. I'd miss everybody. I'd hope that I'd at least have the Discord. But I would still think every moment was worth it. Every single moment. Alright, this is close-ish. I gotta go in this area. You ever befriended somebody with autism before? They were the nicest people ever. It just depends. Like, so people with Down syndrome are usually like the most excitable, like, ride or die people ever. Okay, from what I've seen. It just, things just pan out, to be fair. Then school shooters can theoretically be linked to bullying, and you were too autistic to realize whenever you're being bullied. It's possible that the autism claim is true, though your evidence is only anecdotal. Look, Spike is just the pinnacle of all people who had autism confirmed. Oh shit, it's Yoda. How many Yodas, game? Yeah, there's an item down here I need. People with autism are too confident to give in to bullying. More specifically, I need an item that's like over there. So we're gonna freely look around and then eventually go over there. Bro, I need to eat lunch. It's 2:45. I probably spent like 2 hours of this stream just talking about random shit. Yeah, that's a good sword. One that I probably won't use this run. Current age use and certified crash out. Dude, as long as you aren't gonna do any crimes, I will help you in your crash out, okay? Damn it, I'm disappointed. It's Labor Day, so I can't check the stock market. Hello, sir. Goodbye. Goodbye, dicks in the ground that are blue. I'm forklift certified. I am forklift certified, okay? I can get shit done. And this is the fight I should do. I am forklift certified, confirmed. If you don't want to believe me, that's your own problem. I don't own a forklift, sadly. And nor am I required to use one for my current job. Show me my cert. I'd have to get it printed out from my previous workplace. My previous employer, I'd have to get it printed out from them. Sounds like you need to buy a forklift. Yep. Dude, now I gotta get rich and buy a forklift. And I will drive it on stream and be like, bitches, I'm forklift certified! You don't have it in the drawer? No. For my workplace, they only required we do the training course, and then they gave us the digital certification. You know, for all I know, it could have been a fake certification, but I still got all the job training for it. How much does it take? Shit. One second. You can get it. If I wanted to get it through another... Oh, god damn it. I could go to a college to specifically take the certification test from that college. Even though it is the same thing that I took online. And then in person. Would you rather spend $400,000 to whale out in Diablo Immortal or play this game? Spend? Bro, I'm not spending shit. I'd buy the game, maybe. You stop. God damn it, Bear. You think I have 400,000 to just fork out right now? I put that all in the money markets. I mean, I have some outside of what's in there just for the rainy day fund. You did spec into damage reduction skill for autism? Yep. Yeah, right now third is being very frugal and trying to save as much money as possible, so that third can in fact become the rich through his investment strategy. And it's not a bad investment strategy. You guys can stay over there.
Run, bitch!
Oh, why did you super speed them? I like how the queen uses Pebble and Scattershot. Okay, that's more of a problem. Why you?
Run, bitch! Run!
That hurt so much. Yeah, I need to force you to use melee. Because your magic hurts. Lock in. Hey! Oh, you bitch. You're gonna kill me anyways. You made me have 1 health permanently. Okay, we got the Starline sword. I got it just in case I wanted the Yoda blade. Calm down. Let me get the loot first. Thank you. You can kill me now. What was it going? That game is a retard trap. There's much better games to play out there. Diablo? In Diablo Immortal? I don't know. I've heard that I've never played a Diablo game, but I have heard that I can't remember the name. Shit. It's that game that's Diablo-like, where you can customize all of your equipment and skills with different add-ons and abilities. How do I feel about clankers? Oh! Look, I know what waifu's opinion is. Mai is like, I must have the sex robot. What the fuck? Set. Yeah, Twitch has a really bad TOS. Let's just put it that way. I say it's bad because they only enforce it very lightly. I think I got the screw fragments from here. There's another one over there. Yeah, Twitch policy is kind of mid. They'd be like, ah yes, Hassan can call people every racist word he wants under the sun, and then also claim that people need to die. to get there. I'm not gonna go to that mountain yet. That is where I fight Bale. Fucking master. It might be time to go take on the lion.
He's got good pupper. He's good pupper. It has good doggo sleeping.
I had to give Pupper pets. Okay, I think I got the scattered tree fragment I needed. Yes. Oh yeah, I've got 6 levels in scattered trees. Is there any other? I still don't have any of the spirit ashes. So I know where one is. It's like right there. That's where we're going next. There's a pilot whose streams got banned from Twitch for 7 days for using the word in his stream. Well, I used it because I read the chat, so we're just gonna hope. Otherwise, Third gets a week off from streaming. I'm pretty sure Hassan has used that multiple times, and Twitch's entire moderation staff gave Hassan a huge birthday message and picture on Twitter. I keep bringing up Hassan because he breaks the rules, is allowed to break the rules, and then is worshipped. Because Hassan is bad. Don't watch Hassan. You forced me to stream in Discord. Fucking might. I might move to Kick. I said radish. Oh. Third, still bad. Yeah, Hassan is like, ah, yes, you can't be racist unless you're killing these kind of people that I don't like. Heh? Heh? That's one. We got one ash. Let's go from the bottom up on the map. There's 2 in the pit, and that's in the church. Fuck, I don't remember how you get to the forested region down here. I think I had to look it up before. Spike, do you remember how I get down there? I bet you I have to come out through here, and then go down this way, and then go up this way, and then it's the whole fucking forest up here. Don't Kick is worse, probably. Okay, there is one over here as well. Specifically like
Speaker's
there.
Fire said you can't get down there until to get to the dark castle that has Mesmer in it.
Shit. I wanted to go do the thing. Actually, I bet I could. But I'd have to do some glitchy shenanigans. So it's not happening. I'm not going to backstab an enemy off of a ledge so that I fall without taking fall damage. I just don't feel like doing it. That's also a huge fall.
Speaker's Fire said no, fuck you.
Yeah, I feel
You're
like
not
that goes
allowed.
against the rules of the run. Oh yeah, let's cheat ahead so that you get like a 40% damage buff. Oh yeah! Third is easy killing the bosses. Right. So you might think that my build with this weapon is already broken. It's not actually that broken. It just does a lot of damage. It's still slow as a contiguous build up. It's a pain in the ass to hit off on most enemies. And it's time limited. Very time limited. I need to go up from here. I thought maybe that would be an area I can get to from here. But no. I gotta go from the top of this cliff. But no, I intend to get a new weapon at some point once I've got a better build for another weapon. There's 2 revered spirit ashes. I hope I can get like 4 of these. Can't get those 2. There's none over by Bale.
There's a bunch in the city. Yeah, there's a crap ton of these in the city. We're going, like, up there-ish for the next one. We gotta have Mimic Tier able to fight, too, okay? Oh, shit, I have a +7 Mimic Tier!
Oh, and as you speak, Bard, if you've yet to do so, have you find more of them dotted around Mikola the...
Let's see if I can upgrade Mimic Tier. Any good games going on lately, aside from Diablo Immortal? I hear there's some brain rot involved with that game. Spirit Tune removed. Okay.
Diablo the Immortal.
Out of a level, right? No. Yeah, I can do this then.
I see.
And Mimic Tier is now great. And now I need experience. Let's see if there's any other ashes that I've gotten that are worth using. Lutel the Headless, you beautiful bastard. Nah. Alright, let's get up there. So, lately I've just been wanting to play old games. I've been playing Shanghai.exe, which is a Mega Man Battle Network fan-made game that was taken down by Capcom. I think it was because they allowed Patreon... I think it was like Patreon members could access the game, like game updates earlier for beta testing. They're like, oh, that's paid for. You lose. Lawsuit time. I recently beat the game. It was really good. Probably the Savage Lion's Claw. Probably the best Mega Man Battle Network game I've ever played. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But now I'm trying to think of what else to play. I can do more Night Rain, but I've been doing it already. And a group of mine that I'm in wants me to mod the game, which is fine, but the mods, when you mod the game, your save file is different from your normal file. They're kept separate. And I really want you to keep playing the normal game for the relics. Because I need to do a lot of relic farming if I'm going to beat the game with my voice. Oh, I thought he had a hidden loot item. Like the ones with the pots that have the scattered tree fragments. And I need to do a lot of relic farming if I'm going to beat this game. Not this game, but Elden Ring Night Rain with my voice. I was informed that there was loot here to be had. Is it further north? I just don't think I'm gonna get there with what I've got already. Like doing that game with voice commands is gonna be insane. But I just need to do a ton more runs of it just to get the equipment. The relics are going to be the only thing I can confirm to get before I start the run.
Hello, Bugman. Goodbye, Bugman.
I forgot they have a grab. I'm gonna die and lose 79,000 runes to these guys. Are they even worth... Come on! I thought I was far enough away! They are not worth a lot of runes. Okay, I got that one. There's like
2 or 3 more in the next area. That requires me to go through the Mesmer. Natural Relic effect lets you start with a bonus common weapon of a specific category. With a second weapon. I think that might actually happen. They're making a hard mode where you get 6 relic slots, as far as I'm aware, and they're making special hard mode relics where there's a bunch of really good buffs, and then there's a penalty to them. I don't think that having a second weapon of a specific category would be that strong unless you're specifically building power-stanced weapons. Like power stance halberds or daggers, which I actually am built for with Duchess. That would be great. Because there are some runs I don't get a dagger ever. And I get so much FP back if I just keep using successive attacks with daggers. With power stancing. But anyways. That would be amazing. But I don't know if we're going to get that. Yeah, there's another one there. I already got that. Technically, I think I gotta go to Mesmer to get there. Alright, we got one. We're going like there-ish. Let's get like there-ish. We're going there-ish. This is the worst part of the DLC.
You have to go and collect all these specific items, otherwise you suck at the game. Yeah, you're like pretty mid, bro.
Alright, let's go. You could start with basic Reaper and make those weapons of X category stronger, actually worth using.
Yeah.
Actually, what I think they should do is they should let you pick starting equipment for a specific character. So obviously common basic, no additional effect. But you could choose to have a longsword as Guardian instead of a halberd. Or you could choose to play Duchess and get a fucking hammer as your starting weapon. I bet you the item's up there. Yeah, like a common loadout. I think a common loadout where you pick one weapon that you use. Oh, that guy's got rune. That guy's got the rune buff. A common loadout thing would be great. And then from there you get whatever relics you have. Obviously there's no change to armor because that's character dependent. It'd be cool if you could choose like a second skill or a second ultimate for the character. Be like, ah yes, I don't want this ultimate. I want the one I unlocked by doing this. And give it more of a roguelike feel. We're just gonna stay here until one of them gets mad at me, or I find the spot I'm going to. It was closer north. It was like there. Because currently, as it is, there is no support for fist weapon user. But every character I am aware of is benefited from using a weapon specifically. Guardian has a different move set, a different strong attack with halberds, which is effectively 2 strong attacks back to back for the same the same stamina cost that anyone else would have. Duchess has a different move set for her daggers, which is great. I ran up and I didn't see a shocking thing. Maybe it's underground or maybe I'm blind. And a bunch of the other characters have perks to using katanas and other things. What? It said the Spirit Ash here. Raider gets great hammers and great axes. He has the movement like a... It's a cave. Can be found on an altar in the Elk River Cave near the site of Grace. Oh, shit. That's it. That's underground. I can't do that. Yeah, we're going to the city. I'm gonna get like 6 more of these. Does he get a different movement loadout? Or movement pattern with those weapons? So he does have different attacks? Damn. You could technically use any weapon in the game and still be viable with just about any character. I think the only exception is using like a hammer with Recluse. I think Duchess gets C strength. But you can still technically do it. With how the scaling is in these games, it works that way. If you two-hand, you get a 50% strength bonus, but the scaling drops off. The higher your strength is, up to a certain point. That's what I wanted. We're gonna ignore the Spodars, or rather the Scorpions, who are related to Spodars. Ignoring Spodars. Excuse me, coming this way. Can't go through a walkway. Not true, you can't be viable with Executor because you have to be a tryhard sweat to be viable with them. Look, Executor is not that bad. I've played Executor. You don't even have to be a tryhard. You're either locked in. It's a 50-50 if you're playing with randoms. Either you're going to find somebody who's locked in with Executor or somebody who's just like, I must be the edgelord Beeb and run away to do my own thing. Meh. I'm going to go die 17 times while you guys are on the opposite side of the map, and then I'm going to blame you and then leave. Executor's not bad. Executor's like one of the best status characters because they get katanas from default, which you'll bleed. And then you use one of the relics to add, let's say, a poison effect to your weapon. And then you have poison and bleed. And then you can put Chilling Mist on your katana and then give it Frost. And you can have the 3-for-1. Tryhard Sweat. That's not tryhard, they're just making a build. Bro, if making a build is called being a tryhard, then me having all the Guardian support effects on is tryharding. Then again, I did beat Moog. Not Moog. I beat Libra's Everdark with Kerbo and JTB using Moog's Spear. Using a route that I plotted out for Noclateo. You know, the edgelord, not the status effects. Oh yeah, fuck that. Oh my god, that guy wasn't even visible, was he? I'm over here. I thought that would give me cover. Okay, what'd you drop? I can take that, that's fine. Give loot. Sir! This is a kindly establishment here. Stop trying to kill people. I'm pretty sure that the best grinding spot in the game is still in Moog's Dynasty Palace. I forgot where I was. Fierce abilities suck too. Big Rock. See, Big Rock gives a damage buff. And strategically, Big Rock can be really good. I've been in parties with, let's say, Kerbo, and he'll use Wilder and Big Rock, and then we'll be above the Night Lord's attacks. The Night Lord can do literally nothing. but just stand there and take hits. Big Rock can't give damage buff, wait, it can't give a damage buff if it traps the boss inside of it? That's just people playing and using it not the best ways. Look, just because it exists and you use it in a poor fashion does not mean that it's terrible. Like, I use Guardian, hell, I can use Guardian's ultimate for AoE damage to kill a bunch of weak enemies. If I don't need to revive anybody for a while, that is an effective use of it. But people will have that same viewpoint. They'll be like, you shouldn't have used that then. You should hold on to it until you need to revive somebody. Bro, nobody's going to be dying in my team until the end of the night anyways. Unless we're all off our game. This is night 1. Calm down. Theirs just has less strategic use if they use it that way. You don't use that on small bosses. Use that on the big ones. And most of the big ones will end up getting risen up with the platform or have hitbox outside of it that you can then hit. Though I will say that I also understand your frustration. Revenant's ult is only good for res, but that's not unviable. It's just underpowered. Kinda. I will say I understand your frustration because when Kerbo goes wilder, sometimes he will put the fucking pillar in the middle of Noclateo in this alley that is a roof because of the location where the Black Knife Assassin is just and now I can't get the loot from the Black Knife we just killed and I have to climb over the goddamn thing to get past it to go to the next boss in that boss rush. But even if it's mid, or like not mid, even if it's annoying, it's only annoying depending on how it's used. And it's sometimes funny when they do stuff like that, and it makes us all laugh like, oh god damn it, it's in the way! Kerma, why'd you have to shove it up there? Why did you... Okay, I may have had the camera angled at the wrong spot, and I just lost 111,000 runes. Guardian's abilities are good. Witcher Nightfare has the worst ult in my opinion. For damage, Guardian is pretty bad, but I think Revenant steals damage and revives people, right? Guardians is pretty much the same for damage, but Guardians, if you hold it, if you charge it, so when you use Guardian's ult, it uses about half to 2/3 of the ult cooldown when it's fully cooled down. And if you hold it, you can charge the ult, and then it'll create a field of invulnerability, and nobody can be damaged there except for by grab attacks. That is good, and you can buff it with his relic to heal everybody really, really fast. Like, I think it's, what, 12% HP per second? Or was it 20%? Let's look this up. Whilst they're in there, and that includes you last I checked. Guardian. Guardian. Okay. %, plus 12 HP every half second while the ultimate is held. So in 5 seconds, if you were at 1 HP, you're fully healed. Ghost Flame sucks. Okay, I think Reclusive is pretty nice. Wilders is mid. Revenants gives them HP and they can heal from roaring. Sorry, not Revenant. Executor. I said Revenant on accident. Wilder's ult is pretty cool, but I feel like its damage is underwhelming. It might be Revenants. No, you can die in ult as Executor. Well, that's the fastest recharge rates. Yeah. You can die in ult while you're Executor. And, like, almost all of your good damage reduction and negation and damage options as Executor are whilst you have a sword out, which is your other skill. Shit, I thought I had more time. You stop running. I'm used to enemies being slow. You done? You got some? I'll take out your shins. Realistically, it might be Revenant. Doggo is not that Pogo. Or Scaly, or whatever it is. I can't remember what it's supposed to be modeled after. It was either like a giant wolf or it's a fucking lizard. Now it gets roars and claws attacks. You'd argue Duchess is the worst because stealth isn't as helpful from stock game and it's only mid potential for res. Here's the issue. You can also attack people in stealth. Here's what makes it good. You go into stealth with your full party. You attack the enemy while in stealth and get your biggest attacks off, and then Duchess's skill, which reflects 40% of damage taken by the creatures, by the boss, for the last, was it 3 to 5 seconds, gets reflected again. Better yet, you do that whilst Duchess has a dagger out and you have her relic that also reprises enemies after a full dagger combo, and you get 2 reprises off, and everybody gets a 40% damage buff twice. If you have this, the one that increases her damage buff, it's a 60%? So you effectively give people the chance to wail on the boss with no downside. And you get a 60% buff to damage, all of you. Twice. Because after your first dagger combo, that reprises with that relic, it activates the first time. And then after that's done, and about 3 seconds later, you just activate normal reprisal because it doesn't take your cooldown. Duchess is the character that can use all of the boss's specific relics. And she also has a lot of versatility. Problem is that the meta seems to look like ults are only ever used for attempted res instead of proactively. No. That's just in boss fights where you have to be very mindful of how you fight. And for dweebs. I didn't think I was getting through with that. For a moment, I thought I was not getting away with that. Gotta ban them bots. Automod caught it, so you guys didn't see the message. Recluse sucks for res as a character in general. Why did it roll? I pressed B. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I fell slightly when I was there. Here's the problem. Spells have their own unique resurrection damage. Every item, every weapon, every spell has their own unique resurrection damage. There are spells which can instant res, or at least do a lot of damage depending on how many times you've fallen. Why do you need to summon Fire Giant here? Her ult is for sustain, not revive. Yeah, and her ult can sustain her FP costs. And heal the party's FP. Which is really useful. Valen. I almost killed him with Fire Giant trying to kill me. Bowl cut ass. Look at him with his lock not having, shit shaving, bowl cut bastard hair. The sand not revived. You also get life regen on one of hers, right? Like, she's not to be counted out. Did you just slow me? Yes. I'm pretty sure it can deal good damage in AoE too. Hers is more versatile, if anything. I'm not pulling this off in time. Hey, who's doing that? Is that you? Can I kill you? Can I steal that spell? Okay, I need pots or something. Because you were using that on me from ages away. I think he was the one sniping me when I was over there. Her ult doesn't do direct damage because of HP and FP regen when you hit the marked target. Oh, that must have been her skill then. But that's good. HP and FP regen is amazing, especially. So I love when I'm paired with JTB's Recluse when I'm using Duchess because I get FP back on successive hits depending on if I have double daggers, and if I've run double daggers, I get an FP back on each dagger hit. And I just build entirely into DPS in successive attacks. So like increased spell damage, increased weapon art damage, and then just use weapon arts just religiously. Okay, Squooge Boot, where are you? The embrace of Mesmer's flame. Wait, Crusade Insignia. That's not bad. You're probably only going to be awake for another max an hour, by the way. Oh, we've been live for 5 hours. Yeah, let's call it here. Let's call it here. Third is going to call it here for today. That way Third can work on his tabletop system. Everybody have a kick-ass day. Do the best in all things you do. Remember, don't believe in any sort of ideology, or group that asks you to kill people. Even if you think there's a reason for it, they're usually just manipulating you. Okay, don't do the murders. Don't even talk about doing the violence, okay? Strive for greatness in everything you do. Oh, you gave me the big head, I see. Follow me on Twitch here, as well as on YouTube at the Third Fist VODs and the Third Fist. The Third Fist I just posted. Myself, JTB, and Kerbo, just JTB on Twitch, and El Kerbo Loco on Twitch. Beating at the Everdark Sovereign. Equilibrious Beast, the hardest boss in the game. Now, what am I gonna rate? Let's rate Arcane Ryan. I'm gonna rate Arcane Ryan. Make sure, if you have Amazon Prime, that you use your free Amazon Prime sub that you get every month that you have to manually redeem on the Third Fist. That way I get $2 out of Jeff Bezos' pockets that I can use to make the stream better or to survive. I appreciate it greatly when you do. You also get more channel points, more crowd control coins, and you can do a lot more cool shit in the stream. Make sure to peanut butter onion raid Arcane Ryan, screaming it to the high heavens in his chat when we get into his stream. Do exclamation mark raid. I think that does the raid message. And then you can just paste that in there. You get the peanut butter onion emote from following. It's free. Do it. Do it. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably stream some more Elden Ring crowd control. If not, I'll either do Night Rain or get on the Pixelmon server. I doubt I'm going to do too much else aside from that until one of those things have reached their natural conclusion. Have a great day, guys. And peanut butter onion raid Arcane Ryan.